So I don't see them wrap it like that. I mean, you have seen that in the locker room after games sometimes if guys will do that, and they'll obviously do ice baths and different things.
Yeah.
But, man, if you're talking about icing an arm after every single throwing session because it hurts, that definitely doesn't sound good and probably led to some bad mechanics where you're trying to overcompensate for that. And we're talking here about the ESPN article that Todd Archer has up from Todd Christensen, the quarterback trainer, and the work that he's done with Trey Lance. But Jeff Christensen says it's a game of feel. I want to raise the sense of their feel in their fingertips. During these workouts, this is what Trey Lance said, I try not to get pissed off or frustrated by thinking about completions. I know I'm working on something. So for me, whatever my emphasis is that day, that takes control over the completions. Here was the biggest takeaway I had, and I'm curious what you guys think about this. When you hear Trey Lance talk about his eyes being opened, like, oh, wow, I didn't know football could be like this. I didn't know this is the... Does this sound like a little too much optimism or basically polishing it up? Not Todd Archer, but Trey Lance trying to kind of polish it up a little bit. Or is there a possibility that, somebody's cracked what San Francisco struggled with Trey Lance, and he's finally waking up to, I now can tap into my potential?
Unfortunately, it sounds like new team optimism.
That's it.
Because if he came maybe from anywhere else except San Francisco, I could get more excited about some type of eyes being or some type of revolutionary click that has gone on with the light. But he's coming from Kyle Shanahan. Kyle Shanahan didn't get it going with Trey. They would blame injuries in San Fran, but he's winning with Brock Purdy.
Yeah, but I mean, like, correct me if I'm wrong, Kyle did pick him over Brock to start that year, right? His last year in San Fran, and then he got hurt.
It did, but also Kyle Shanahan, there's talk of like immediately in training camp that year, Kyle Shanahan went and told John Lynch, he said, our third quarterback's our best player, or our best quarterback, and that was Purdy. The thing with Lance, I'll say this is the one, I totally understand your thought process there, Sean. This is the one thing that I think gives me a little bit of pause. Lance, the reason why I was so fascinated by them picking him in the first place was there's nobody like Lance, really, that Shanahan had worked with previously. All of Shanahan's guys had been more about
Matt Ryan,
rhythm, and like, oh, let's find you here, let's get you here. Like, and that's why people feel like Purdy is such a perfect fit for Shanahan, because Shanahan just needs, I need accuracy, I need touch, I need this.
That's why he wanted Mac Jones.
Trey Lance was raw. Trey Lance was incredibly raw. Trey Lance was a dual threat quarterback, and a lot of people, I think, felt like Kyle Shanahan was getting something where he's like, I don't work with this. I can work with basic tools, but I don't work with this, and this is in such need of an overhaul.
Does this piece give you like newfound hope for Trey here? Dak aside,
it gives me hope if this is a legit, and we'll know more of it when we get closer to camp and can talk to the guys out there. It gives me hope that he very well might have been learning the wrong things, and that it does need to. Shanahan talked about it last year in regards to, I think, Purdy, where somebody had asked him about working with quarterback trainers outside. And he's like, we don't coach mechanics here in the season. We're making game plans. We're not making tweaks. If Trey Lance wasn't getting the right work outside the building, he may not have been getting any of the right work. And so that, to me, is a little encouraging.
What does Peyton Manning think? Not of the ESPN list, but of Texas and Oklahoma, and more bickering at SEC Media Days. Little college football kegger on a Friday with Sean and RJ next.
The Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a pepper lady? Pepper lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg maidens?
Paprika?
No,
Nutmeg Maiden?
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Save even more with the Easy Rewards program. In-store only. Offer ends 8/24. Limit 20. Save big on back to school at Staples.
And it's back to Sean and RJ right here on 105.3 The Fan segment here, brought to you by the personal injury lawyers Frankel and Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck attorneys in Dallas.
I'd like to know where Lou Holtz is right now.
Well, I win. Google me.
We're not hosting an intergalactic kegger down here.
All right, let's get you an outage update with Microsoft problems apparently shutting down the world overnight. We are back on the FanCam Twitch and YouTube. We got 60 Tolos with us right now. Let's see how much that number jumps. We got the IT email from the Odyssey team. They said they're trying to restore things time zone by time zone. East Coast is back. East Coast is up and running. Why does the East Coast get first billing for everything?
Because we're the first ones awake. That's how it works.
But TV listings, Eastern time zone first. Yo, man. Bobby.
We can't be seen on the fan cam. We're trying to be nice to our YouTube listeners. Now now your beautiful face is illuminated.
I mean, whatever. They get it because like the Central Time doesn't even get it. It used to be the game was at 8-7 Central. Now they do Eastern and Pacific. They've gotten rid of the Central Time Zone when they do these national things. Now it's at the game's at 9-6 Pacific.
Ever since 2016, they've just been trying to eliminate Middle America.
They really have.
Your computers may be impacted. You may see the blue screen of death when you attempt to log in this morning. Please attempt to reboot. It may take up to 5 times. So that's a little heads up. If you're using Microsoft like Bobby is, and he just turned the lights on for the FanCam, Twitch, and YouTube. People.
I'm a lights on guy.
Yeah. It's easy when you come in a little bit later and you don't have the 4:15 wake-up call.
And you have PEDs.
That's right. 877-881-1053 in order to hit us up on the Frankel and Frankel Injury Attorney text line. You were wondering if credit cards were going to work today?
That was my question. I'm going to have to get gas today at some point.
I didn't have any traffic light issues. I didn't see any.
That's good. Me neither.
We did have the traffic light just behind us was blinking when I came in, and I saw a couple others around here. So I do wonder where we got picked off a little bit.
Okay, Peyton Manning hopping on the Pat McAfee show, not to talk about his place. By the way, did anyone catch any fallout from the ESPN Top 100 list on other shows or other personalities yesterday?
Nah, I was surprised. I figured ESPN would have some more videos on reaction of it.
I heard Dawson crap all over Michael Phelps. He goes, first off, they out-Olympicked this thing. Too many Olympians. And he goes, can I get someone at number one that does something more than just a straight line? Like Dawson is sitting there crapping on Michael Phelps, the lack of athleticism, the change of motion, and he's like, come on, give me some actual athleticism on here for number one.
He's got to show up every 4 years, and Basic's over here complaining about 3 sets versus 5, yet he's okay with just a 4-year show up. No, I actually searched Kevin Garnett's name yesterday at a couple different points on Twitter, so I was like, surely other people have to be melting down over this like we are. I did not see much of it at all.
I think people have come to realize that these lists are just subjective and fake, and they're as much to promote their own self-interest as they are it's
credibility.
Credibility.
Yep.
No one takes these things seriously, I guess. I don't. I mean, I did yesterday, and I still do, but I don't at the same time.
Peyton Manning on with McAfee, and he, of course, is a Tennessee Vol. He was wearing the T-shirt, and he was asked about Texas and OU joining.
Look, I think it's going to be awesome for the Southeastern Conference. I'm going to the Tennessee-Oklahoma game in Norman this year. I think it's Oklahoma's first Southeastern Conference game. They're playing my Tennessee Vols in Norman, not too far from Denver. So I think there are going to be some immediate rivalries created with Texas and Alabama, right? Oklahoma, Tennessee. It's not going to take long to create these rivalries. Obviously, A&M, Texas, bringing that back, that's awesome, right? Bringing Texas, Arkansas back, I think that's awesome. So both those teams are going to fit right into the conference. It made an incredibly difficult conference even harder. So, look, my allegiances are always to the Tennessee Vols. You see my smoky T-shirt I have on right there. Look, I'm pulling hard, for my nephew. I'm proud of him, how he's handled himself at Texas, and looking forward to, watching him throughout his career there.
Look, he's the spokesperson for the conference, or one of them. There's quite a bit, but he's one of them.
He should probably get a better connection if he's going to be the spokesperson.
I think that was us, because I would not have sent that. I sent that audio, and I would not have sent that audio if it was cracking like that. Outage. Anything that happens today, including my stutters, outage.
Outage. Yep. Outage. Yeah, it's not, I didn't stutter. The radio's repeating itself. That's all it is, right?
Yeah.
That's all it is. I can't wait. Like, I love chaos in general. Other people's chaos, generally, not my own.
You used to love your own.
I used to have my own.
You used to have it.
I used to have it. I don't know how much I loved it.
Yeah.
But I definitely used to have it. But like this is chaos. But I think this is good. Like, it's not good for the sport. It's good for the sport when everything was back the way it was 20 years ago. That was really good. But this is the new normal, and this is what it is. And Texas and Oklahoma and the SEC. Of the changes that you're going to get, I mean, it makes so much more sense than USC and the Big Ten. It makes perfect sense. I mean, these schools they're all in the South. The South is growing like crazy. It's going to be fun, and we are going to see some interesting rivalries. And Texas is going to be a great team this year. So it makes, if Texas was bad and Oklahoma was bad, then it wouldn't have near the impact and intrigue.
Yeah, I mean, look, it's just the question that you get into. I think for a lot of people at this point is, I guess, bordering on antitrust questions when you talk about just collecting all of this talent in the SEC and all these big schools in the SEC, and then just say like, no, this are cut, because it feels like it's this and then it's everybody else, and that's, now we're to the point that we're talking about like 2 trophies basically yesterday. So I don't know how healthy it is for the game to get that sort of collection, but I'm gonna be fascinated to see how the Texas and SEC ego branding competes with each other.
And Peyton brought up Texas and Arkansas.
Yeah. That was a big rivalry back in the day.
Yeah.
From the old Southwest Conference before Arkansas left and went to the SEC back in like 1990, 91, something like that.
Yeah, and Steve Sarkisian had been asked about Arkansas on Wednesday, and his quote was, he was talking about Arkansas fans. He said, I think they hate us more than they like themselves. And everyone's like, whoa, what a shot. And then Arkansas coach,
like Eagle fans.
Arkansas coach Sam Pittman stood up there, was asked about it. He's like, yeah, it's probably right. Yeah, probably. Yeah, we probably do hate them more than we like ourselves. And that's the Texas power. That's the brand. It's a very Cowboys-like brand where success or not, they are going to draw attention and ire and everything else.
Well, Fayetteville, Arkansas is closer to Dallas, Texas than Lubbock is. Right? So like the amount of local DFW students, and I see it every year in the colleges. I'm sure you see it with your Arkansas is like skyrocketing up the amount of local kids that go to the University of Arkansas. I think they get in-state tuition now. I've heard that. Or they get a reduced tuition. They're trying to get kids from DFW to go to Arkansas. And it always had a foothold here anyway with the old Southwest Conference, and now that they're back with Texas and Oklahoma and A&M.
More bickering between Lane Kiffin and Paul Finebaum, with Lane saying that Paul was the reason he got fired at USC.
Oh, yeah. When you got me fired at USC, I got myself fired at USC, but you didn't help.
It's a better
that.
story if I got you fired.
You really did. Because it is a true story that the athletic director and the president were on that trip. We were playing that night, and you were on College game day, and you had to make your big splash, and they were watching it, because I know the other person in the room that was watching it with them. And you said what a joke I was, and I'm the Miley Cyrus of college football coaching, and I should be fired. And they looked at each other, and later that night I was fired.
Yeah. By the way.
But hey, look what happened. I would have never gotten to work for Coach Saban. All these other things wouldn't happen. So I appreciate you for helping getting me fired. Thank you.
Look at what you're doing today. You're predicted to go to the playoffs. And look at Miley Cyrus. She's had a nice comeback.
So you're wrong on that. I mean, you put me down with that. So really, I don't really know what you're good at. Like you predicted that Coach Saban was done. That didn't happen. You basically said Miley Cyrus stinks, and she's still going.
Well, he predicted you'd be gone, so he got that one right.
He did get that one right.
God, I love their relationship because Lane, I think, truly dislikes him, but he sits down on his show to talk with him to try to embarrass him on national TV.
Some guys get it. And I have for example, SC Media Days are here. And I got a buddy, Dan Matthews down in Houston, who's a radio dude. And he's up here this week for the Media Days. And he was telling me, like, some of these schools, they don't want to do radio, the coaches. And they're like, guys, like Kirby Smart gets it. Kirby will do radio all over the country. Because he wants to be, if we were to call Georgia and ask for Kirby Smart, there's a decent chance we would get it. Because Kirby wants to recruit here.
Mm-hmm.
And some of these coaches don't get it. They don't get that, hey, if you do a radio in Dallas or Houston or Florida, or Miami, whatever, go do a radio show there.
Yeah.
Go on radio like once a year, twice a year, and maybe you get one recruit. That's all it takes.
Who's the Nebraska? Matt Rule, you should have taken that advice, bro.
Absolutely.
At Texas Live when I came up while you were sitting at the bar.
Absolutely. Well, Lane Kiffin, like, he may hate Paul Finebaum, but I think he gets it. Like, he has an uphill battle recruiting at Ole Miss anyway. They don't have the same NIL advantages that Georgia does. There's no Atlanta in their state.
Top 3 biggest jackass I've ever dealt with personally.
Paul or Lane?
Lane.
I bet.
Oh, my gosh. Just, like, look,
doesn't it seem crazy that he came from the same seed as Monty?
Yeah. Yeah.
You listen to them, you look at them, you're like, that's not Monty Kiffin's kid.
No.
Rest in peace.
Does Lane have the chip on his shoulder that he's a Nepo baby? Is that what it is?
I don't know, because Lane, you're right. Lane will sit there and talk to Paul Finebaum when he clearly doesn't like him, and he'll lean into that bit. He has gone viral several times over the last decade for some really funny, quick clips. It's just, I think there's no persona, though. That's legitimately who he is, even in personal dealings. And people are like, oh, you're kind of an ass then. Like, this is just you. And that was my impression, was he was kind of an ass when I had to deal with him.
And it would not be a college football kegger if RJ Choppy did not mention Dabo Swinney again.
Of course. Got to mention Dabo and Clemson. So Clemson is they're down bad right now. They're so strapped for cash because of their TV contract with the ACC.
How strapped are they?
I'll tell you how strapped they are. In order to get NIL money to pay these kids, which Dabo doesn't want anyway, because Dabo refuses to go out and raise the money. You know, it's not like they have a poor booster club. Dabo doesn't want to raise money because he doesn't believe in it. So the school's going to have to do this themselves. They are selling their private jets.
What?
So all these colleges have a fleet of private jets for their coaches to be able to go out and recruit. they just gave their basketball coach and their baseball coach, obviously exclusive use of it and country club memberships. Well, they're selling these jets, and then they're going to go and they're going to, when they need to get on a plane to go somewhere, they're just going to rent the time on the private jet they just sold to this jet company, like a NetJets type thing or JSX type thing, whatever. You never see this. You never see college football programs give up their private jets. I mean, they had the swag copter down at A&M.
So are you telling me that Clemson has not given out one NIL deal?
No, they have. They've given out NIL. They just don't like. Dabo doesn't like it. He doesn't like it, so he's not raising money.
And he refuses the portal. They were the only program outside of the service academies that didn't have a portal transfer this year.
Well, what does that have to do with the NIL problem that he has or issue?
I think he won't raise money.
Yeah, so he's not going to raise money, and he's basically not going to get into free agency bidding wars to pay kids to come through the portal.
How long does that last? How many more years for Dabo? There.
I mean, he might have a.
And would he have been better off in the NFL when people were talking about his name?
I don't think so. I think he's a program builder.
Yeah.
I think my theory this whole time has been that he's trying to get a buyout.
Yeah.
He hates this era of football, and he's just trying to get bought out.
Yeah, I think that happens. If he does go somewhere, if he does do something else, I think he waits for DeBoer to fail at Alabama.
There's an old saying, don't ask questions that you don't want the answers to. Well, we asked, and we're going to see how ugly it gets. What do you really think of the morning show? The Tolo Fan Survey, Part 1. For the 6 a.m. club next. But let me talk to you about GimmeTheVin.com and some common questions that come along with Gimme the VIN. Will you beat my CarMax offer? Yeah. They will either beat your CarMax offer or guarantee to mail you a $100 check. Make me feel safe about Gimme the VIN. Okay? They possess over and process over 2 billion.
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen that before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean, like, your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean, like, this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No,
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
And they want to reply about something that's making them mad in that moment. When we go out to the firehouse doors and we see people out there, those are usually going to be very uplifting, positive people who they're not going to have much negative to say in that moment, even if maybe they have some negative things. So last year we had done a listener survey where we solicited some answers from people off of our Facebook page and just threw them a series of like 12 questions about like, what's your favorite segment? What's your least favorite segment? What would you like to hear more of? How much do you dislike Sean's WNBA fixation and how much time he spends on it each show?
Well, I didn't have it last year. Now I do.
That's true, because you're a fake ally. You only just came into this. I forgot about that. So we asked everybody those things. A little bit cumbersome to go through it, but we got a lot of really good information. That a lot of people may not know this. Peyton may not know this. Peyton's segment, the payload, came from the responses we got last year.
Yeah, they said they wanted more pay.
We were going through the answers, and there was a common theme was...
And it may be the reason we remove it now.
Oh, yeah. You're going to find out here in a sec. The common theme, though, was need more Peyton. Want to hear Peyton do segments. He's funny. And from that, Sean was like, all right, let's throw him a segment. Let's see how this works. And it's gone well.
The sports to guy talk, pop culture, all that non-sports talk also came from this.
Yeah.
Trying to go 75, 25, 70, 30.
A lot of the expressway changes we did over the last year with different segments came from just a lot of this feedback. So it's helpful. And we enjoy hearing from you guys and giving you guys the space to tell us how you really feel. So we asked a series of 15 questions that we were running through here. And some of it was, you're going to get the normal, like, how would you rate the chemistry? How would you rate the show? We're getting 10s off the board. Easy. Because obviously, if you're replying, you're a fan of the show, probably.
Hopefully, Brian Purdy's listening right now on the Odyssey app in Chicago.
I wouldn't guess that you're going to reply and say that the show's a 1 if you're listening consistently and liking our Facebook page. But we had gotten in the section of what's your favorite thing about the show, where people could just fill in the details. Common words that kept coming up, even for all of our fighting, camaraderie. They said they love the camaraderie of the hosts.
That gives me a lot of hope, because there's some people, especially other radio guys in town, I can't stand how fake they are with their little pity pat, tapping each other on the rear end every single second, and maybe the lack of ball busting. And sometimes when we bust each other's balls, some people don't get it, some don't. Like, oh, you're being too mean. But I'm glad to see that the majority do. Like Tolo Chris is like, if you never had brothers or siblings, maybe you're not getting the humor. Like, people think that I'm ready to go ahead and wring Bobby's neck, like, for real, or we're crapping on Peyton. Although some did think Bobby was too harsh on you, Pepe.
Yeah, I've got a quote for. Yeah, in fact, we can read that quote here. Bob
makes sense that Bobby. If Bobby was one of the people that didn't get it because homeschool, right?
Well, he had 9 siblings.
But he had 9 siblings. I had 2 siblings, but one of them was like 11 years older than me. I barely lived with her.
And both girls.
So, but like and I wonder if it's also age thing. I wonder if the younger, like my son's age, they don't bust balls at all.
Right?
Not at all.
Yeah.
And we were ruthless. I mean, we would try to get kids to, not literally get into therapy, but that was like our end goal. Like, we want to make sure that your life is hell for the next 30 hours.
Like how you stole the janitor's lunch every day.
Dude, the bus, I'll tell you, the best thing for me ever in my head was we rode buses to school every day. And, I didn't get my license until I was a senior, because I was 17 was the age in New Jersey. So I was on the bus till I was a junior in high school. We were merciless on this thing.
Yes.
Oh, nobody's head was safe. We were just, what's the thing where you do the big knuckle?
Yeah.
Right on top of the head every morning.
The book of snaps. That's what I grew up on. It was a book of insults.
Yeah.
And every day was just the goal.
Snaps.
Oh, my God. You got to read this, Bobby. Your mama's so fat jokes. Like, just categories of insulting and tearing people down. I mean, that's how I grew up.
I could get down with that. I like that. But they don't like me going off on Peyton, leaning into the Peyton bit. Which it is a bit, guys. Peyton and I are, like, we get along.
No, it's not.
Yeah, well, okay, fine. It's not for him on that side. Somebody had written, they said, I'm all for Bobby leaning into Peyton, but I do think it's a bit much at times. Love Bobby, but I also know that he can be a love him or hate him. Overall, Bobby's great, but you need to lay off young Peyton. And so there you go. You got people caping for you there, Peyton. But in terms of for instance, I'm literally just pulled this up, and we got over 100 responses so far that I've been able to sort through. But these are just 4 random answers in a row of what's your favorite thing about the show. Chemistry. Feels like I'm hanging out with my friends joking around. Next one. Chemistry between everyone is great and makes me feel like I'm hanging out with some old friends. Next one. How y'all mess with each other like I would with my friends. Next one. The chemistry that y'all have. So that was the common theme, was people feeling like The show's just, my favorite thing about the show is you guys, the interaction you have with each other and how relaxed y'all are. Even when I disagree, I think that it's been pretty good. Now.
And the chemistry, it's not even a debate or question. It's the best we've had on the show. We may have sacrificed some in terms of talent, but we upgraded with chemistry.
Exactly.
That's true, we did.
So get your game up, Peyton. We need to not have so much of talent lost there.
I never said it was Peyton. I never said it was Phil.
Favorite segment. Well, and I know we've got a part 2, so we'll do some of the.
Did Brian Broaddus participate in this?
Hold up, man. If he did, it looks like he cloned himself a bunch because there was a runaway winner on this survey as favorite segment, and it was Ask Reddit.
Wow,
47%.
That's an easy one. I think it's by far, without question, the best segment on the show, on the station. Really.
Why do you think it's the best?
Because I came up with it.
Because
Bobby did come up with it.
Because it's a great idea, for one. The content is always changing, and the content is
baby!
Oh, look at this!
Look at the perfect timing.
Brian Broaddus.
Did you tell him that we were doing this?
I did not.
Oh my gosh!
Absolutely not.
What perfect timing as Double B is walking in studio, perfect for the show survey and the Ask Reddit praise that's taking place. Good morning. What are you doing?
I've got many podcasts I have to do. One being with Robert Belt, and I forgot my microphone because Peyton was trying to help me adjust the volume. So I forgot it yesterday because I'm an old man. So I came to get it. Love the show. Listen every morning, you guys. I love the Reddit thing. That's one of my favorite segments you guys do.
One of the bits of feedback we got when somebody was saying they love the, like, just general thoughts. They're like, I love the chemistry. That's fine. But their last note was they said, you need to get Brian to call in occasionally and participate on Ask Reddit. That they want Brian's Ask Reddit
I
answers.
think you guys have some incredible creativity with your show.
Thank you.
And I go after Dawson because he's got bad rash problems.
You know? I heard that yesterday. That was gross.
I got the Tenactin in the bag.
I got Dawson actually last night texted me. He goes, bro, I love it when you go after me about my rash.
Where's his rash?
It's like he's
like his bikini line.
Yeah, he's one of these guys that could stand next to poison ivy and it'll jump on him. Like it's airborne stuff. He said he got into a hotel pool the other day, and along the waistband of his shorts, the rash got on him.
Wow.
Dawson, he goes, it can't even shave because his ingrown hairs and stuff like that.
Man.
So it's like crazy. It's crazy stuff. But no, you guys have a hell of a show. I love listening to you guys.
Thank you.
How's Sepp Rotka doing? What's up with our guy?
Did you bet on this? Didn't you win the last station
I won the Masters pool. Which I won gift cards to alcohol company to which one was Specs. And so Bennett Broaddus figured out that there's a Specs in Austin, Texas. So he took advantage of that. But
I drowned it in
looks like Shane Lowry holding it together here. Pretty nice.
Who did you bet on?
I didn't bet on anybody here. I do love the Open Championship because you guys were talking about chaos and stuff like that. Yeah. I love chaos.
Shane's in chaos right now. You see that crowd of people around his ball?
Are we around the ball there?
Oh, he's
Are we
already
looking for a ruling here?
Yeah, he's already on his fourth shot. He's got to take an unplayable lie. I don't think he's going to get any. If he gets out of this hole with a 7, he'd be lucky.
When's the last time you played?
Oh, it's been a while. I lived when I worked for the Jaguars. I lived at Sawgrass, the TPC. Yeah, I did, and that was the time when I was scouting, and I went there, and the team doctor for the Jaguars goes, "Hey, you have a place to live, Brian?" And I'm like, "Nah, Doc, I'm kind of looking." And he goes, "Hey, I've got a place there at TPC."
Gosh.
And I said, "Doc, I'm just a scout." He goes, "Nah, $2,000 a month." He goes, "No problem. You can live at a house that I have there." I said, "Doc, what's the catch?" He goes, "I don't want my wife to have the house in the divorce."
All right.
So I lived next to like VJ Singh and Jim Furyk. Yeah.
That's pretty awesome.
Did you ever have any interactions with them?
I would go to they were big at they would always be hanging out like at Jason's Deli and places like that. But VJ Singh.
Jacksonville for you, RJ.
You could literally go, and I lived there at Sawgrass on the 18th green. And you could literally go and watch, drive by, and there would be VJ Singh practicing. He'd be there bright in the morning. And then you'd get back from work that night, he'd still be practicing there.
He was amazing.
Full gear. It's, just full like slacks, golf shirt, all that. But it was cool. That was cool that you could walk out when Coughlin would let us off. We would be able to go and like take my little carry bag and walk across the street and just go and play holes and then come back.
Is that where you threw your towel in Warren Beatty's yard?
No, that's when that was when I was, I played at Riviera.
Oh, yeah. And had the accident.
Riviera. And I actually, I had an explosion. My guts exploded and I had to use my golf towel, Choppy. You would appreciate that. But I did hook a ball into Julie Andrews' backyard that round. Yeah.
Well, look, thank you for.
No, thank you. I didn't mean to interrupt your segment because I know the survey is important.
No,
you guys,
you
guys keep knocking them out of the park, man.
Thanks.
I'll say training camp, right? I'll be
camp.
out there the whole time, and I know we're talking about me coming on while I'm out there and giving you guys sights and sounds in the morning. So we'll get that organized. So I'm looking forward to working with you guys on that.
Thank
you
so much, brother.
Thank you, guys. Appreciate you.
Love of the Star Takeover.
Love of the Star Takeover. And Brian Broaddus, the best teammate in the building with the G-Bag Nation that we were just trying to catch in the ratings throughout this past year. Shout out to the 6 a.m. Club. More of the show survey at 9:20. Jared Sandler getting you ready for the Rangers second half at 7:20. But is Trayvon Diggs trying to catch Tyreek Hill? And it sounds like Steven may be talking a lot more to Dak. That's next here on Sean and RJ, the home of the Cowboys and Rangers, is 105.3 The Fan. But hurt in a car or a truck wreck?
Uber Eats has low fee products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean, like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freak me out a little bit.
In her studios, this is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Outage can't stop us. We are live as always, and we got Peyton, Phil, Russell running things. We're live on the Fan Cam, Twitch, and YouTube. Trying to get you to the weekend as quickly as possible. Got the entire morning squad here. Sean Sharif, RJ Choppy, and our Cowboys insider Bobby Belt. Did Shane Lowry finally hit?
He did. 21 minutes later, he finally hit the ball.
Spent 21 minutes trying to set up a shot. That's absurd.
Yeah, well, they were trying to get a rules official out there, but there's a rules official. There's a million rules officials on the golf course, right? Like that are able to help you out because his ball was embedded in a tree. So he was trying to do that. I mean, they spent part of the time looking for the ball. You have a finite amount of time that you're supposed to be doing that. And then he was waiting for the rules official. Then he was trying to figure out what he wanted to do in terms of taking an unplayable lie, which is a penalty. I don't know why it took 20 minutes. It doesn't need to take 20 minutes, but it did. And I don't know what they actually ruled on that one either because...
And this isn't 17 on Sunday.
No.
This is 11 on Friday, and he took 20 minutes. Like he was going to win... Look, I know you don't want to have a disastrous hole and while you're leading, but still.
You have to
Where's
get
the shot clock?
You have to get it right, and if they're just waiting for a rules official, they're just waiting for a rules official.
My takeaway from the commercial break when Choppy was getting incredibly worked up about this and dropping all sorts of expletives watching it was, if I would play as slow as you guys claim I would, I don't know how you're going to tolerate playing on the golf course with me then.
I would just go to the next hole.
Oh, okay.
877-881.
Good approach in life.
1053. Franklin Franco, injury attorney, text line. What'd I miss?
No, we should circle back to it.
The Athletic with an update on Stephen Jones' Dak negotiations.
Scoop City. It's a fitting name for this new podcast from Diana Rossini and
It's
former...
called Scoop City.
It's the name of it. Diana Rossini and former South Lake Carroll alum, Chase Daniel. And so they host a podcast now together. It just debuted. And one of their first guests is Stephen Jones. So we got some Stephen Jones quotes here about the contract situations that they're working through. And he had...
Our first guest.
It was.
Well, first show.
First show. Donnie Nelson. And our first show was Stephen Jones, Donnie Nelson, and Andre Gerard. Those were the three guests we had.
What a lineup. What happened to you guys? Look at that. Yeah. So when
Look
Stephen...
at the show survey at 9:20, you'll hear what happened.
Steven said, man, I love listening to you guys. Listening all the
time. So he was asked, obviously, about the headline. Everybody's going to want to know, tell us about Dak's contract. Tell us about CD. Tell us about Micah. What do you have there? And Steven said, those things take time, and we're talking about deals here. When you're talking about CD and Dak and somebody like Micah coming up, I mean, you're talking about two players that aren't quarterbacks that feel like they ought to be a little bit like Justin Jefferson, the top paid non-quarterbacks in the league. So, I mean, if Justin Jefferson is at 35 million, then what Steven is essentially saying here, at least, it sounds like, would be that Lamb and Micah both would be asking for roughly 35 or more a year. Right now is what they're dealing with. He says when you start stacking up contracts like that, it's a challenge. It's not that it's not doable, but you certainly have got to give it some time. And if you want, you got to give and take if you want to do that. He says, I know the Vikings there with Jefferson when they made the inordinate deal at the receiver spot. They don't have one player on their team other than Jefferson making over $20 million. So he's already kind of laying the foundation, it sounds like, for, look, if you want some of this, if you want this money, recognize that other people are not going to be making money.
The pie.
He points to the pie takers as Dak, Trayvon Diggs, Zach Martin, DeMarcus Lawrence. He said, we got a lot of guys making quite a bit of money. That's no excuse. We think we can get this done, We can get it done. It just takes time. The most...
Man, they're going to trade one of these guys.
It's...
No.
Well, they may not because I don't think they're smart enough to do that, but they should. If they're going to go down this road where they're already setting us up to let us know, hey, we're not going to pay all three of them. If they're going to do that, they need to trade one.
Do you think they're really setting that up? They're just trying to talk publicly. Like they talk tough about Zach,
maybe
and they will cave like they always do.
Yeah, they talked.
We'll just have no depth.
They talked very similarly before 2019 when they would talk about Amari and Dak, and
they lose all of them. They lose all these big dog standoffs.
I do wonder, though, if this is... Like, I don't feel certain that they are going to get all three of these guys done necessarily. I don't know which one would potentially have a future somewhere else, but I don't know that all three of these guys
All right, what's the 1, 2, 3 likelihood of the one that you could see playing somewhere else soon?
Oh, man. Soon? I mean, CD and Dak are obviously, like, knocking on the door for this. Micah's got 2 years left, essentially.
Well,
and so...
you can factor trade into this as well.
I think if you're talking about in a limited time frame sometime in the next 12 months, it would be Micah and CD. If you're talking about overall over the course of 5 years, Micah maybe.
But you don't think any of them are likely.
Individually on their own, I don't. I mean, obviously, honestly, the one who I think is most likely not to be here right now, if you ask me today, would be Dak. And that's partly because it's also in Dak's hands to say,
yeah,
I don't want to do this anymore. The interesting quote from this, the one that's going to be, I guess, the newsmaker, was Stephen Jones talking about how contract negotiations have gone with Dak. And he says, we're optimistic we can get these guys done. I know Dak, our goal is to get him done. He knows that. We're having conversations with his agent, that's Todd France, with Dak personally, which Dak had told us 2 weeks ago. I let my agent handle all that. But with Dak personally, both Jerry and myself. So Steven and Jerry apparently are talking directly to Dak during these negotiations. He says he knows our goal is to keep him here. He also understands the challenges. And then Steven goes on to make a comparison to the Kansas City Chiefs of, look, you can pay Mahomes, you can have some good players around, but then you also have to say goodbye potentially to Tyreek Hill and L'Jarius Sneed and operate around that.
It sounds like Trayvon Diggs is trying to catch possibly Tyreek Hill.
Dude.
An IG model, this is from ML Football and Sports Gossip. An IG model announced her breakup with Trayvon Diggs despite them expecting a child together. This will be Diggs' third child with a third different woman. He's 25 years old. That according to ML Football.
That's a bad child support payment, man. Like if you would much...
He can afford it.
Yes, he can. But you would much rather have... It's much more affordable to have 3 kids with one woman and get a divorce and have to pay child support than 3 kids with 3 different women or 1 kid with 3 different women, because you don't get breaks like that. Oh man,
I'm trying to see, when did this story
let me ask you this real quick while you're looking that up. Awkwardness for the morning show interviews at training camp when it comes to the 3 of them: Diggs, Dak, Micah.
Diggs is the most awkward.
I'm talking about because of our personal stories with them. Diggs would be the most awkward because of me and him in the DMs.
Yeah, I think Diggs would be the most awkward. I don't think Diggs would be.
I think Micah would be the most awkward.
I think Micah would be the most awkward before we turn the mics on. I think when the mics come on, Diggs would be more awkward.
What's the issue with Micah?
The whole reason why Diggs jumped in his DMs was over people.
Okay, yeah.
Dak, I don't think Dak would be awkward.
I mean, Dak could boycott the station.
He could in theory, but he's also he is a pro.
He's smart.
Yeah, and I don't think he would have. I don't think he got bent out of shape as much as other people did about that. He probably didn't get as bent out of shape as I did about it.
Yeah, I mean,
what do you think, Dak, Micah, Diggs for us?
Oh, I think it's Diggs.
I think Diggs will be cool because I'm going to compliment him on just frying my brain by using that word weird on me.
Yeah.
That rattled my core a little bit.
Dak, I don't think would be awkward at all because that wasn't us.
Well, I supported KNC.
I supported him too.
During the lawyer interview.
I supported him too.
Yep.
But I don't believe in
people don't keep track either of shows. It's
That's
just
true.
like the station.
That's true. I don't believe in the company you keep crap. I'm responsible for myself and myself only.
Oh.
So I expect other people to hold me to the same standard. And then Micah, I mean, I just sat here and argued with Sampson, Chiafalo, that Micah puts TJ Watt in a blender as a football player. Anything that may have happened between you and him was just cut and overshadowed by that. All right, it's even. We're good.
Micah was. It's when you say people don't understand about the shows. Micah does have a memory because when Micah walked onto the set last year for the G-Bag interview, Dawson was not out there yet. He hadn't gotten to Oxnard yet, so it was just Eric, Zach, and Brian. Micah walks up to the set, sees them, and immediately goes, "Where's other dude?"
Oh.
And so he remembered from the year before at the very least. I'll tell you what, it may not be the dark horse in this in terms of awkwardness might be McCarthy. Sitting down with McCarthy.
Yes. Or Jerry. So we will find out.
We'll find out.
Next Thursday morning, live from Oxnard, California.
Trayvon Diggs, by the way, this is what I was trying to find out when the story came out. Because 19 hours ago, which was after the story came out, Trayvon Diggs just posted on his Twitter, comical, period. That's all he said. He loves to just hit you with the one, as you know, Sean.
Weird.
He loves to just hit you with the one-word descriptions that cut you deep.
And speaking of quarterback contracts getting done, Caleb Williams.
Man, this was interesting with Caleb Williams because, yeah, I know, hit it.
No, it's truly Bobby's crutch word.
It truly was interesting.
He said it more than me today, I've counted.
It truly was interesting, though, because he's not yet technically signed according to like Florio, right? They haven't done that. But he wanted to have a no franchise tag deal on his, which is just what Dak has the same thing, right? But the difference is that Dak got his after he was already a free agent once and had been in the league for 5-6 years.
Did he ever get tagged, Dak?
Yes.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
In 2020?
Yeah.
He was tagged twice, wasn't he? Because he played on it 1 year and then they tagged me and then got a deal done.
So, but Caleb wants the no tag, the ability to not be franchise tagged, and the Bears were like, yeah, no, we're not doing that. We're not doing that. It's an advantage to have the franchise tag for you. As terrible as the franchise tag might be for the players, and I can't believe the players allow it, it's not going away, and you're as a rookie not going to get that benefit of the doubt.
But that's Caleb. That is.
I have a problem with that.
I think Caleb is going to be. I think Caleb is really, honestly, the skill set's incredible. He really does have. It's not Mahomes.
Mini Mahomes.
It's not quite Mahomes, but it is similar type of skill sets at times. But this is one of my hangups with him and this is just a small piece of it here. But it is there's a lot of entitlement, it feels like, with him.
Yes.
And to basically feel like I am so above how rookie contracts have been treated that I want this thing in my contract that literally no one else has had in their deal as an NFL rookie in the course of history. That's how important I am.
Yeah, I got no problem from asking for it. You should ask.
Me neither.
Yep. ask for the sky if you want to, right? Or the moon, whatever the hell they call it.
It's almost like you ask for weird things when you don't have like actual representation and you're trying to.
Yes, well, maybe.
Is that why Lamar's suing Aikman or whatever they're doing? What are they fighting about?
Number 8.
The number 8. Yeah.
What about it?
I don't know. The trademark of the number 8.
Did Troy Aikman try to trademark the number?
He's got 8 beer. He's got the beer named 8.
Okay.
And so he has to file certain trademarks for that, like just to protect their branding and those sort of things. I guess Lamar Jackson, he's like, I didn't get enough from Baltimore. I want more concessions. I want Troy Aikman.
Look, I try to defend Lamar as much as I can versus you. Nobody has any idea what number Lamar Jackson wears. Everybody knows Troy Aikman's number 8.
Lamar says Aikman's attempt to use 8 on apparel and bags would be likely to cause confusion or cause mistake or to deceive the purchasing public as to whether they're buying products from Jackson or Aikman's company.
No.
Lamar's attorney said.
Nobody thinks that because nobody cares that Lamar Jackson. Nobody knows Lamar Jackson's number 8.
I'm
dumbfounded. When I first saw the headline, I was like, why does Lamar care about this? Then I saw, that's right, he wears number 8. It's not like everybody knows that Tom Brady was number 12.
Yeah,
it's not like that.
I often confuse Troy Aikman and Lamar Jackson across the board. They're completely similar.
Lamar has applied for the following trademarks with the number. Era 8 by Lamar Jackson. Era 8. You 8 yet?
I like that.
You 8 yet? Like the number 8? But I agree. Like I probably would have gotten it wrong if you asked me what number he was.
Yeah, I mean, there are quarterbacks.
We should do a quarterbacks numbers quiz. We can do that.
We can do that.
A little bit later on in the show.
Great, another game I can win.
Everything else, well, you're losing the game of life. Let's see if you can win our final Tolo ticket giveaway of the entire week. We want to hook you up. And Jared Sandler gets you set for the second half of the Rangers season on the home of the champs after this. And let me get you set for lunch or dinner today. It's got to take place.
It's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
than DFW Sports Station 105.3 The Fan.
And it's back to Sean and RJ right here on 105.3 The Fan. It is the Expressway right now on The Fan, and it's brought to you by the On Time Experts.
Rangers kick off the second half of the season tonight against the Orioles in Arlington. 6:30 pregame on this radio station. Sean Sharif, RJ Choppy, and Bobby Belt with you. And this man will be all over the coverage like always. Jared Sandler joining us, Rangers Insider play-by-play voice on the D&M Leasing Hotline on 105.3 The Fan. Good morning, brother. How are you?
Good. I'm great. Good morning, guys.
So, how were the All-Star festivities? We just heard the Mike Bassick promo right there. You went to the Derby. You went to the game. We had a lot of discussion over both. Recap it for us.
So, super grateful that I had the chance to check that off. I'd never been to a Derby, never been to an All-Star game on the baseball side. I don't know. I guess I haven't been to any, right? And I'll be honest, I'm not a big All-Star game guy beyond the introductions. In the NBA, you know, the introductions, and I'll maybe have it on in the background, but I don't need to watch a bunch of really good athletes play no defense and have a shoot-around, right? That's essentially what it's become.
Yeah.
In the NHL, the format change has made it interesting a little bit more, but still, same thing. They don't, you know, there's very little defense played. And I don't even know if I spent more than 30 minutes of my life combined watching the Pro Bowl and now whatever they do. It's worthless. The baseball All-Star game is obviously the only one that comes close to replicating what a real game is like. But with that said, like beyond the introductions, going there, it's really cool to see all the great players on one field. That's really neat. But it's you know, after the introductions, it's just a game, which, you know, I love baseball, so that's fun. But,
yeah. And it's a real game. Like it's by far, it's not even a contest. Actual effort out there. You can't really half-ass it in a baseball game unless you're not going to run a ball down in the gap or run the bases that hard.
Right, yeah. Like, you know, I think I noticed like Shohei Ohtani going first to third on a double, and he just wasn't busting it, right? But like, other than that, yeah, it's not like you're out there on the mound not throwing hard or not, you know, only. So yeah, that part's fun. I thought the Derby was really cool. A lot of people said beforehand the Derby is more enjoyable than the game, and the Derby is definitely a bigger event than the game. In part because there are more people present for the Derby because you have a lot of people who leave the morning of the game, you know, whether it's like media or what have you. And so it felt like a bigger event. Now, I thought the Derby dragged in the middle. I think they can definitely change the format. But the fact that Bobby Witt Jr. ended up in the finals, the fact that it came down to the final swing, it was an exciting ending. And it was cool. It was really neat. Guys, there were far greater media presence for the All-Star festivities than the World Series. And I guess that's always, I mean, and I guess if you think about it, you got representatives and people from every team, or most teams who are there, right? And then you've got Fox, MLB Network, and ESPN, all who have media rights to some degree, setting stuff up. I mean, it's just there are more people, and so it felt big. The event felt really big. It was cool that it was you know, here at Globe Life Field, and then the fact that it was a week or a few days really before All-Star or Hall of Fame festivities, and the fact that you got Adrian Beltre there and got to honor him and kind of combine the two, that was really neat as well. Any cool celebrities or encounters? Well, I thought. I mean, I didn't. She's a celebrity now. I mean, I was like 2 feet away from Ingrid Andress an hour before she sang the anthem. I had no idea who she was. This chick walked by. I was standing with someone. They're like, "Oh yeah, that's who's going to sing the anthem." I was like, "Who is she?" Did you buy her a shot? And then I googled her. I'm the reason why. So other than that, gosh, there was. I know I'm forgetting someone. And player, media member, star. I honestly, I think I'm spacing. Luke Wilson, who was there for the All-Star game, that was cool. But my goodness, dude, I think I'm spacing. I feel like there was someone who I was like, wow, I can't believe that guy's here, that gal's here. But I'm totally spacing on it.
If you listen to Crosstalk on Friday, then your answer might have been Mike Bassick. The way Bassick was just saying All-Star Village was all about him.
It was the Mike Bassick show. No, for sure. It's his. I think when you've had several All-Star appearances as a player,
right?
You go to All-Star Village, then they really make sure to put you on a pedestal. So, Bassick's basically lived the life of an All-Star his whole career, and so it makes sense.
Jared Sandler joined us here, 105 through the Fan. You brought up and you texted us an interesting suggestion about and I don't know if this is All-Star game specific because we talked about the lull in the game and how how these guys are throwing harder than they ever have before, and it's just much more difficult to hit the margins or even thinner. But moving the mound back, how far back because baseball is very slow to change things, even though they did. We all forget they lowered the mound from after 1968, so it's not like they've never changed it. How far would you move that?
And are you talking about for the game or the season?
The season. Oh yeah, I don't care about the All-Star game. I'm talking about the season. Batting average is at a big low point. I mean, they're pre-73, pre-DH batting averages were higher back when the pitchers used to hit. RJ, I don't know the answer to that, and I don't claim to have all the answers with this. I think you can bring smart people into a room and figure out whether that's 3 inches, 6 inches, a foot. I'm not talking about something significant. Mikey, actually, I was surprised because most pitchers, would punch me in the face with this, but Mike agreed, Bassick that is, and his suggestion was 6 inches. To me, guys, it makes no sense that something that was decided upon in 1893 is untouchable, back when guys threw like 85 miles an hour. And this is not a commentary on how pitchers now are better than pitchers then, because, old Smokey Joe, McGillicuddy back in 1895 didn't have the resources and the technology and the opportunities to improve the ways these guys do. If that guy pitched now, he probably would be as good. But guys are better today than they've ever been because of these pitching labs that allows them to optimize their ability to improve, and things like drive line that, they have figured out ways to add velocity. And then guys are just bigger, faster, stronger these days. And so back when guys threw 85 to 90 miles an hour, 60 feet, 6 inches probably made sense. All I am suggesting, or all I'm asking is, why can we not have a conversation about whether 60 feet, 6 inches still makes sense? Now, one of the big criticisms is, you clearly don't care about the players. They're going to get hurt. How the heck do you know? And it's not like we're keeping pitchers safe now as it is. I mean, pitcher injuries at 60 feet, 6 inches are at an all-time high. And there could be an argument to be made that because you're at 60 feet, 6 inches, and you have all these guys who are just trying to throw the heck out of the ball, that's contributing. And that if you move the mound back a little bit and it encourages the art of pitching more and it encourages movement on pitches and curveballs and sliders and whatnot, that could help. I don't know, but you don't either. And you can't tell me that these guys are going to get hurt. And you also can't tell me that moving the mound back 3-6 inches is going to make things worse when it's already an all-time low. These athletes are also incredible, and they're going to adapt, and they'll figure it out. And then the final thing, guys, I mean, I can talk about this for hours, but Mike brought up a great point. It's not unprecedented for leagues to make rule changes to help the product, to help the health of the game. And baseball desperately needs something to help the health of the game, because I'll tell you what, home runs are cool, but walk, home run, strikeout, home run, strikeout, that's not that fun. People like, what we learned is people like singles, they like doubles, they like triples, they like balls in play, they like action, and we're not getting that. And so in the NFL that they, you can say that I don't want to. There's words I probably can't use. You can say that they have blankified the sport by protecting quarterbacks, but no one wants to see Tim Boyle versus Cooper Rush.
Yes.
All right. No one is going to get fired up to watch a quarterback matchup of 2 second-string or third-string quarterbacks. So the fact that these quarterbacks are healthy and on the field, you might not like it in the moment when there's a flag thrown because a guy, levies a hit that we think should be, a legal hit, but that keeps these guys safe. They've also changed the rules to make sure that throwing the football is way easier. Less contact is allowed in, downfield, right? Because passing the football is fun and it's entertaining. In the NBA, we don't play 82 to 78 games anymore because they've blown the whistle more. They do not allow contact nearly as much. And so, you might not like that if you grew up in a certain era, but the reality is the average fan likes that way more. And so baseball is in a position where they need to consider something. And if you can give me an idea that is better than moving the mound back to improve the chances for these hitters, I'm all ears. I just don't know what that is other than considering a rule that was made over 130 years ago that is outdated and there needs to be a conversation about it.
We're talking with Jared Sandler here on Sean and RJ on 105 through the Fan. Jared, one of the last times we talked to you, Texas is in a bad downswing, and I remember you had said they just need to win a series. Like, that's what's most needed right now. They just need to win a series and get on track. They win those 3 series heading into the All-Star break. Do you feel like that's been enough for them to have optimism coming out of the All-Star break, or do you think there's still some hesitancy of like, hey, we still got to get some guys back. We still got to figure out what we're doing at the trade deadline, and we're still in an evaluation period here?
I think from a player standpoint, yeah, I'm sure they have optimism and confidence. I think if you just look at things from a realistic standpoint, this 7-game homestand is going to define what happens the rest of the season, or at least I should say define how this front office is going to approach the rest of the season. You got the trading deadline on July 30th, right? We're used to July 31st in the past couple of years. I think it's crept into August. This year it's July 30th. So I think we are I don't know what the day is. We're like 10 days away from the trading deadline. You got 4 against the White Sox to end this homestand, but you start with 3 against the Orioles. I think it'd be really tough to not determine that this team should buy if this team goes 5-2 over this homestand. 4-3, it kind of depends on what happens with Seattle and Houston, right? Because you could go 4-3 and still lose ground. I think it'd be tough. It's unlikely you go 5-2 and lose ground, and at minimum, if you go 5-2, you gain ground in the wild card. But this Orioles series is big. Now, the Orioles have not been very good in July. They are last in the majors in runs per game in July. Did the All-Star break give them a chance to catch their breath? And are they going to look more like the Orioles of April, May, and June? Or are they just in kind of one of those extended funks like the Rangers had last year? A really good team that just it's going to take them a while to snap out of it. I don't know. But this week is huge, Bobby. And I think that, yeah, the players, I'm sure, have optimism. But just from a realistic standpoint, they've got to win games this week. Otherwise, I think it's going to be tough for the front office to maybe justify a buy. But maybe more so than that, I think ownership might push for this team to sell if they don't gain ground over the next week.
Who's the most important player in the second half? Could you make a case that, it could be DeGrom if he were to come back and play well, that he will become the most important second half player, or would you give it to somebody else?
Yeah, I just think because DeGrom's probably a late August arrival, it'd be tough, with a full month, month and a half between now and then. Guys, I think it's tough in this sport to just say one player, right? Because we looked at how bad the lineup was at times, and there's a lot of, well, if this one guy gets it going and then this, but the reality is it's multiple guys. But if you ask me one guy, Adolis. He has been the biggest. There's been the biggest difference between performance and expectation from that guy, and we also know that he's the one guy who can really be an aircraft carrier for this lineup. Corey Seager is the best player, and he has, been really, really good over the last 40 games. He's looked like last year's Corey Seager, but, he obviously can't do it alone. So that's my point, right? Your best player over the last month plus has been your best player. He's been one of the best hitters in the league, but it's really only been the last couple of weeks where the Rangers offense has gotten going. And within that stretch, Adolis Garcia was not last year's Adolis Garcia, but to some degree he was productive. And then it tailed off towards the end of the first half. But if you're asking me one guy, they need that guy to get going, and they need him to get going in a bad way. Now, If you want a curveball answer, I would say Josh Young. But I just want to temper people's expectations with Josh. This has been a wrist injury that has not been the easiest recovery, and there's a lot of precedent for hitters coming back from tough wrist injuries not necessarily being the exact same guy right away. It might take him some time before he's got the power and the slug because of, that injury. And so there's a lot of pressure, it seems like, placed on Josh Young's arrival and how he's going to change the dynamic, and maybe he will. He's certainly a special player, and he is a middle-of-the-order bat. Wrist injuries, especially ones that get delayed, I think it's tough to put a lot of burden on him.
Jared, we've been talking a lot about the pitchers and players that they're going to have coming back from injury, and, consistently was, well, you're going to get Scherzer, DeGrom, and Mahle back. Malle's already kind of started back on the rehab stint, but has there been any overselling maybe, or have expectations been set too high with Mahle included in that, just from looking at historically who he's been throughout his career, which is a good pitcher but not necessarily top end of the rotation guy?
Yeah, so I think the last couple of years Mahle was healthy. He was like a top 30 pitcher in baseball, which I know top 5, top 10, those are sexier. But if you think about top 30 in a 30-team league, that's not bad. I just think, Bobby, to your point, though, anyone that comes back from a major injury, I mean, not to sound like a broken record after what I just said about Josh Young, but with Tommy John specifically, it's kind of a crapshoot. There are guys who come back from Tommy John, they hit the ground running. It's like, wow, this guy is bigger and better and stronger, right? He's throwing a mile an hour harder than he was before, all that stuff. And then there are guys who come back from Tommy John, and the first month, 2 months, it's just kind of a little inconsistent. They might look great one night, 5 days later, it's like they're finding it, and they're not finding it, I should say. I think Tyler Mahle next year is going to be a really good pitcher for this team. And I think Jacob deGrom next year is going to be a Cy Young contender for this team. When they've, been able to check the boxes off of getting back on the mound, they're even further removed from surgery. Now, I just don't know. I think there's a chance that Tyler Mahle can really help this team this year. I just think guys who come back from Tommy John, it's kind of a flip of a coin to some degree. So I think there are a lot of guys coming back from injuries that are more than 2, 3, 4 week injuries, right? Josh Young, Evan Carter, Cody Bradford, Tyler Mahle, Jacob deGrom. These guys can all help. There's no doubt about it. These guys can all help. But again, I think you got to be realistic with expectations. You can't assume that Evan Carter coming back from a back injury is going to be exactly the guy that he was last year, because he hasn't even been that guy when healthy this year. Same, I already said what I said about Josh Young and, Cody Bradford back injury, same thing. Now with Cody, they're going to kind of bring him back as a reliever because they're in this crazy position where they've got plenty of starting pitching. How often have we been able to say that about the Rangers? But that's just the reality. So they have the luxury of bringing Cody Bradford back as a reliever. With DeGrom and Mahle, again, I think these guys can be big contributors next year. I have more confidence that they'll be big time contributors in 2025 just because that immediate Tommy John return is a little unknown for certain guys.
Jared Sandler joins us here on The Fan. I went in and did a little dive into, because next year's schedule came out yesterday. And I think
doing a little research, doing a little work.
I think it's
for next year, not for next year,
because you're doing work and not paying her attention to her.
No, this was she wasn't home yet. She was at work when I saw this. It's a disgrace. I don't know how much you looked into it. It's a disgrace. It's an absolute joke. They play 2 series against the AL West in the month of September. They have 6 of their last 18 games are against non-AL West teams, including their final 9 games against non-AL West teams. I think that's a disaster from the league. Why would they do that? Why would Major League Baseball have the Rangers essentially play nobody in the AL West for the final month of the season?
So that's a good question. And I'll be honest, RJ, I look at like 2 things with the schedule. I look at who the Rangers play before and after the All-Star break, because usually Nadell takes off before or after the All-Star break. And I look to see whether they're playing on my birthday. Yesterday I spent like 30 seconds trying to figure out which team ATH was, and I realized it was the Athletics. So I did not know that. Like, if you would have asked me before you asked that question, hey, do the Rangers play the AL West a lot in September? I have no idea. Hearing you ask that question, though, I don't love that. I do wonder. The only thing that comes to mind as any sort of a justification, and I agree with you. I think that playing your division, like this year, the Rangers play the Mariners 2 separate series in September. Those series could be really important and really fun and significant. The only thing I can think of is that, the Rangers and RJ, let me ask you this. Do they play the Astros in September or is it the West Coast teams?
They play the Astros both times in September. It's the first series is home and then the second series on the road. But both series in September is the Astros. They don't play Seattle next year after August 3rd.
So the only thing I can think of is that because the Rangers are idiotically in the AL West, despite being about as centrally located as a team in Major League Baseball as can be, that it's just not as easy for travel purposes to, always get them out to the West, because if they've got to play, teams in the Central or the East, it's, like in the AL East, you got all these teams that are, the NL East, the Mets, the Phillies, the Braves, that, those are all quick, easy fly. I don't know. I don't know that that's the truth or anything. I just, maybe it's a little tougher sometimes when you got to fit all these puzzle pieces together. And, some of their divisional teams are, 2.5, 3.5 hour flights away, whereas most teams in their division, are 1 to 2 hour flights away. That's the only thing I can think of. But I agree. I mean, I think I love it. We love it in the NFL when you end the season with games in your division, because typically, those games can be meaningful. So I think, I think that's a miss. And, we've never mistaken baseball as a sport that typically does things right like that. So not a surprise.
Last one for you. Does and should this audio clip go down in the Jared Sandler Hall of Fame? Subject, Adolis Garcia.
This is such a what have you done for me lately take, because the Rangers since June 29th have been the second best offense in baseball.
Season they were what, 5 games? They were producing 5 runs a game, but then there was a dramatic dip, bro. There was
Ash,
a dramatic
I get that,
dip.
but you still have not answered my question, which is who are you not going to put in the lineup every day?
Have you seen what Adolis is doing? I mean,
Are you
talking about expiring
Ash? Are you benching Adolis Garcia? If you are, that's fine.
I'm putting him at DH or something. I mean, he's batting what, 212, 215?
Ash, is Adolis Garcia? If you be a man here, say it. If you want to say it, say it. Adolis Garcia should not be an everyday player for this team. Is that what you want to say?
I'm not that bold. I'm not bold
all
enough
right.
to say that. But can you admit that there are some things that need to be worked out?
Absolutely. But Ash, my point is that you kind of have to rely on the guys you have at this point.
What do you think? Is that cringy to listen back, or are you good?
No, there are way cringier things from years past. And that's Ashton Garland. We had a good talk. It all originated simply, I said my priority for this team is getting a reliever at the deadline, or getting like multiple relievers, because they've lost so many games in the 6th and 7th innings because of a lack of bullpen depth. And I never said that you shouldn't get a bat. I just said that, with the way that things have evolved, I would put relief help as my number one priority, and I would put a platoon situational bat more as my second priority. And, a month ago, I would have said, no, you need to get a first baseman. But Nathaniel Lowe's been really good the last month. And here's the thing. My point is simply this. If Ash said, I want to bench Adolis Garcia, no one in their right mind would look at Adolis' numbers without context and say, that guy should be an everyday player. But are you going to do that? I think to some degree, you put yourself in a position where you got to rely on the guys you have. I just don't know who you're benching. Maybe there's an outfield spot that you have for a platoon situation, but you're not going to bench Marcus Semien, right? You need Marcus Semien to be better. Are you really going to bench Adolis Garcia? Are you going to bench that guy? And if you are, all right. I mean, that's an interesting move, and it's not that the production has justified otherwise, but the Rangers, yes, they can make upgrades at the deadline, and yes, I think platoon situationally there are opportunities for their lineup to get better, but to some degree, you just need the guys that you're not going to bench Wyatt Langford, you're not going to bench Josh Smith, you're not going to bench Jonah Heim struggled offensively. You're not going to bench him though because he is so good defensively, right? And in that position, that's a fair trade-off. So you just need the guys you have in your lineup to be better because you got a lot of guys. I mean, these guys, you got guys that helped you win a World Series last year. And that doesn't mean, we're complacent. But what it does mean is, these are guys with ceilings and track records, and it's just tough to turn your back on them and then also to justify making trades and giving up resources when you've got guys who you know can do it. To some degree, like I said, you need to rely on the guys you have and hope that they can get better. And I know hope's not a plan, but that is a big part of what's got to happen between now and the end of the year.
Thank you for all the time, brother. It's good to have you on the show when I'm actually here. You're appreciated.
Well, it's great that you wanted me. I know Bobby always, the minute you leave, Bobby comes and asks me if I can come on to either kill a segment or because you don't like having me on.
Well, while you view that as me insulting you, I view that as me just being more prepared than Bobby, where Bobby just hits the bat phone and he's like, let me go ahead and try to fill it with guests. I try to prepare topics. You know what I mean?
No, I know you do. I know you do.
It's because Sean thinks baseball's boring.
Oh, my God. I'm glad you said that about baseball, because if I said that, Bassett would have come in here. He wanted to fight again yesterday. And he's just, you just hate the sport. I know what he thinks. He's just, you just hate baseball. You want to get it canceled. So I love that you're saying that stuff, because Bassett respects you way more than me when it comes to that sport, which he should.
What did Bobby say? I didn't hear what he said.
I said Sean thinks baseball's boring.
Oh, yeah. Hey, guys, I think baseball's a beautiful sport, but baseball definitely needs to look in the mirror and consider some changes.
Thank you, brother. Love you. Jared Sandler on the D&M Leasing Hotline, here on your home of the World Series champs. Let's hook you up.
All right, Tolos, right now, call number 10 at 877-881-1053 wins a pair of tickets to see comedian Sebastian Maniscalco on August 10th at the American Airlines Center in Dallas. That's call number 10 at 877-881-1053.
Okay, let's try to fill some time to delay the junk drawer for 8. Since we went long, and get your mic on, please. Since we went long,
why I turned it off
with Sandler. Tiger is plummeting right now, plus 13 at the British Open, and I think Shane Lowry was at -7. He's at now -5.
Yeah, so he double bogeyed that hole. I think it was 11 that he was on, where he took 20 minutes, not just looking for his ball, but also waiting for a ruling and trying to figure out what his plan of attack was going to be. So he's still your leader, though, because Daniel Brown bogeyed 8, and he's 4 under. So Shane Lowry 5 under. Looking at some other names, Justin Rose 2 under par, Justin Thomas 2 under par, Jason Day 1 under, Xander Schauffele and Scotty Scheffler, a couple of major champs from this year, both 1 under par. Adam Scott, remember that name? He's even. Dustin Johnson, Brooks Koepka, both +1.
Bob, let's knock out the rest of these football lists that came out from ESPN. I know some had gathered up as we were focusing in the moment on cornerbacks, quarterbacks, wide receivers. We did all those during the show, but what do we have piled up?
Well, we've got, I think we've got safeties, tight ends, off-ball linebackers, but maybe the position of intrigue where we might see some Cowboys appear and see how they stack up against the rest of the league. Offensive line. They've got interior offensive line and tackles if you want to run through those. Well, we're going to run through the interior offensive line, Sean, because the offensive tackles article is not loading right now thanks to the data breach or whatever they did. Yeah, the outage. So interior offensive line. For years and years now, it's been Zach Martin as the top guy in the NFL.
Zach and Quentin.
Yeah, I was about to say, sometimes Quentin Nelson will get up there for some people. Did Zach Martin hold on to his number 1 ranking from previous years?
No.
He did.
Oh!
Zach Martin still number 1. Martin retained his standing as the top interior player, this time in a very close race with several veteran players. A gold standard among NFL guards, Martin earned his 5th consecutive All-Pro first team nod after his age 33 season. But some folks, they're starting to see it. They're starting to see the slipping. An AFC executive said he's slowing down a bit, but he's still really damn good. He's everything you want in a guard. It's just about age and deterioration at this point. Added a team executive. I think he's got 1 more year at the top, and then a younger player will overtake him. And this team executive, the 2 guys he listed as could overtake Zach Martin for the top guard in football, Trey Smith with the Chiefs, Tyler Smith with the Dallas Cowboys. So Tyler Smith gets a shot at that. PFF a couple weeks ago listed the Cowboys guards as the best guard combo in the NFL. Having Tyler Smith and Zach Martin. So maybe Tyler Smith pops up on here.
And that may be why there was no point in moving them, because it does create a really good unit, and you have a young center flanked by an all-pro and a really good, well, really 2 all-pros.
It does do that. Here was the thing that Brian and I kicked around recently. If I told you, let's assume Tyler Smith's a guard, for instance, which right now they haven't at that. You've got Zach Martin. Brock Hoffman is a guy they really like. TJ Bass is a guy they really like. And then you've got Cooper Beebe, who you drafted. There is a chance with Terrence Steele wrapped in there, and depending on how good Terrence Steele plays, there's a chance right now that 5 of their 6 best offensive linemen, as they evaluate it, would be guys they have playing the interior. At some point, don't you have to say, Tyler, we think you're better in here at guard, but we need you at tackle?
I mean, unless they think he'd be a liability and exposed long term.
I wanted him at tackle.
That's where I wanted him. And it's just because of the positional value. Now, we'll do the offensive line inventory for the Cowboys at 8:40, where we're going to get into some of that, but I don't think this offensive line for week 1 is going to look the way fans expect it to look. Number 2 on this list was Chris Lindstrom from the Falcons. His brother Alec Lindstrom has been with the Cowboys for a couple of years.
His other brother Nicholas.
Yeah, that's true. Alec Lindstrom, actually, I don't think is on here anymore. He'd been on the practice squad for a couple of years, but Quentin Nelson is 3rd on this list. Joe Thuney from the Chiefs is 4th. Joel Bitonio from the Cleveland Browns is 5th. 4 of these guys in the top 5 all got number 1 rankings. So this was split across the league in terms of where things go. Another guy who got a number 1 ranking is number 6 on this list, Landon Dickerson from the Philadelphia Eagles. Creed Humphrey from the Chiefs at 7. He was given a number 1 ranking. So Zach Martin's time is starting to run out here. No Tyler Smith in the top 10, even though he was a second-team All-Pro last year, and a lot of people really liked him. He was the second name on the honorable mentions, which places him around 12th best interior offensive lineman in the league.
Why RJ Choppy may not be allowed to go to Cowboys training camp in Oxnard. Next on 105.3 The Fan.
Let's get you over to K-Post Roofing and Waterproofing, the official roofing and water.
Uber Eats has lower fee products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen that before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean, like, your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean, like, this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be pepper lady? Pepper lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg maidens?
Paprika?
No,
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
That you checked, the checked bag luggage was it was just the wheels fell off, the zipper broke. I mean, I needed a new one, right? It was my dad's from like the 80s. So I was in the market for a new one, and Sarah was like, I'm going to go to Marshall's, TJ Maxx, all those home goods places, and I'm going to send you photos and just tell me which one you want. So she did. And I said, ooh, I like this one. She goes, okay. And she doesn't say anything about it. She comes home with it, and she goes, I'm surprised you like this one. It's a little girly.
Oh, can't say that in this day and age, Aikman.
Well, she can. She's a woman. And I was like, huh. Well, I can't use this one now because I'm, I have the macho, this
persona,
BS, toxic masculinity.
Dana White, Kid Rock, and Hulk Hogan.
So
over here.
this is I'm going to show you a photo of the suitcase, and you tell, is that a girly suitcase?
Not at all. I think it looks really good.
I think it looks really good too. Now those straps are leather, and I love leather straps. Anybody who knows anything about my personal life knows how much I love leather straps.
This is like a dark gray suitcase. We need Ryan on the fan cam.
It's on the back of that phone.
With like some brown stripes. I think this looks like a fantastic. What could possibly be off or girly about this?
She thinks the leather straps are a little girly.
It's like dark brown leather.
I know, it's dark brown leather. So she was like, it's a little effeminate. I'm like, okay.
How much is that suitcase? I'm gonna go buy it, so you can't get it.
Honestly, it's a Samsonite. It was like $110, which these suitcases are like easily $200.
Yeah.
So I was like, okay. So yeah. So look, she sends me all these. She just keeps sending me photos. She was there all the time. So
wait, let me say that. That's like 30 photos of suitcases.
Yeah, she did a great job. She bought herself one. We found all these brands, and I was like, yeah, I kind of really want Samsung because it's supposed to be a good brand. So she also bought me this one, and she'll just take one back. That's the other one. I think that's a really nice looking suitcase too.
That looks good too. Looks like some
silver.
Voltron Transformer type stuff.
Yeah, it's just looks like metal, silver metal.
That looks good.
Very sleek. I think because of the toxic masculinity that I pretend to have.
Yeah.
I think I'm gonna go with the silver one and take the other one back. But I just wanted to hear because was there anything? Am I crazy?
Not 1% anything girly about that.
Okay,
that's a crazy take.
Because I do think the first one, the one I showed you that she said was girly, I do think it looks like really like
it's like classy.
Classy. Yeah, I think it's a classy looking suitcase.
Yeah. I have totally given up. I do not care whatsoever about what type of suitcase I have in the airport. It could be purple. It could have. Amanda has like sparkly glitter on like the handle where you can put your name for the family to identify. I don't give a crap. I've given up caring a long, long time ago, as you can see with the way I dress every single day. So you can give me any type of suitcase you want. I'm trying to think what I would not. How bad would it have to be for me to say, I'm not using that suitcase? Otherwise, I don't care. My wife ends up packing the stuff that I lay out, so I shut my mouth with whatever it goes into.
Yeah, the only preference for me on suitcases is just, what have I gotten for free? That's pretty much it. So somebody gifts me one, or we've got one that's all. That's what I'm going to use. I've used this beaten to hell bag for forever because I don't want to go get another one.
What about you, Mr. Italy, with all the new things you bought for travel?
Yeah, so I went with the duffel bag, but inside the duffel bag, you can fold it up into basically a suitcase. It's got a lot of different areas in there to pack stuff. And then I also went with the backpack that's basically a suitcase as well. It opens up and it's just straight like what it would look like inside a suitcase, but it's a backpack.
Okay. Good enough. Yeah. I don't know. Anyway, let's talk about overseas.
So are you going to take it back?
I haven't decided which one I'm
What's
going to
the price difference?
They're the same price. I haven't decided which one I'm going to do. I do like the original one that I showed you. I think it does have a classy look to it. But also,
What's amazing is some of the things she dresses you in, but then she thinks that suitcase is soft.
Yeah, the romp him.
Yeah.
You guys wore
That's what's amazing.
The romper?
Yeah.
The romp him when you wear it. It's a romper for her.
Yeah, romp him. Yeah.
So, Spain has a solution for that pesky little problem that a number of individuals ran into in the state of Texas when adult websites across the landscape started saying, yo, bro, got to verify your age. You need to upload your driver's license. You got to do that.
By the way, how has that Texas story impacted everyone's daily/weekly lives?
Hasn't a bit.
Turning away from the microphone.
My chair, look, it just...
Oh, it's like the steering wheel pulling right.
It's just...
What the hell?
It's just pulling.
Got to go see Tolo Mike, get your alignment fixed.
What is going on? That's amazing.
That's like a possessed chair.
Yeah.
So the driver's license submission, a lot of people didn't want to do that because they didn't want to upload their driver's license in general to a adult website. And then there was concerns about being tracked and like, are you just harvesting this to know exactly what stuff that I'm looking at?
Yeah, we could have like a huge breach or outage or something like that.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, just like today, like you say. And so Spain's solution to this has been to come up with a passport of sorts. Heavy users of online, what do the kids say, Chop? Corn?
They do call it, my young Julian says corn all the time. That's what he says.
Heavy users of online corn will now receive alerts if they access adult websites too often under the Spanish government's new plans. The messages will tell them to renew their digital passport in order to avoid being tracked for their usage. So starting later this month, adults have to give their credentials, use their electronic ID, digital certificate, everything like that to enjoy sites based in Spain.
Wow.
Once your age is verified, the system will issue a pack of 30 tokens, valid for 30 days.
Tokens?
After which it will be necessary to prove your age once again. So you basically prove your age. They're like, all right, you're valid. Here's 30 unique tokens that you can pay with anonymously.
Chucky, please.
So people don't know that you're using this. They just know, okay, this is a verified user anonymously surfing because they verified. So we're not going to track specifically what they're watching. As you get closer to the end, like when you get one of these NTTA notices, like, hey, your toll balance is getting low, you need to load back up again, then Spain will alert you that this is running out. As soon as this runs out, you start accessing websites, we're tracking what you're watching, bro. So you need to, if you want to remain anonymous, have to re-up every 30 days.
Wow.
My question is, how quickly do you think people in Spain, because it says 30 tokens good for 30 days. If you're sitting down to use those tokens.
So that means that you get like one video a day?
On average. How when that person sits down, if they're going for a session, let's say,
or lays down,
how many tokens do you think they're going to potentially run through right there
in a day?
They're going to have to be very picky about their thumbnail selection.
Yeah, you would have to go to you would have to have go-to videos. Like you know.
Otherwise, like 3 videos
like
in
you
one
stop
sitting.
down to watch the Goodfellas or whatever. It's like, let's go back to Spain's Goodfellas.
Yeah. You would have to know what exactly one you want to go see. If you could do repeats. Some people can't do repeats.
No?
I think some people need
people like the website will allow, but people.
Yeah, the website. Some people need they need to freshen it up.
Not an old faithful. Yeah,
right.
Good fellas.
Man, and there are all these other solutions that people are trying in Spain. Like they've got this. Well, each time you can just we try to access the site, you can scan a QR code and then take you to a third-party website where you can verify over there on each user. So I don't know. I don't know. That
I'd be
this
like,
would work.
okay, if you have the ability to track me after 30 tokens, then you're tracking me now.
Right.
So what the hell do I care?
Yeah, and I have a big
You're
problem.
telling me that you can track me and you're going to start doing it, so you're just not doing it now?
Right, and then they're tracking
so I think
they're tracking the exact kind that you're watching.
Well, so here's the thing. Here's why I think they're saying that they wouldn't be able to track you. Is that each time you access the website without this token system, you have to submit your ID. So they're going to know when you get on that website, whereas previously you don't have to submit when you get on there.
Junk Drawer continuing on 105.3 The Fan.
I am one of the 49% of the U.S. Adults identifying as a people pleaser.
Oh, 50-50.
Yeah. Now, women slightly outweigh men. It says 56 to 42%. I don't believe that adds up to 100% there, Bobby.
No.
But that's the survey said. But anyway, people pleasers, and this is me, and I've had this problem my entire life.
Where do you think that comes from?
I don't know.
Were either of your parents? I mean, I know your mom was submissive to your father.
Absolutely.
Mine's dead.
So a lot of people say,
we're talking about live ones, butt out.
Sorry.
A lot of people say that, if you're the middle child, you are. But I'm not really the middle child. I'm the middle and the oldest. Like, I'm my mom's oldest. My older sister is my half sister.
Wait.
My older sister's my dad's child.
I didn't know that your dad had a child outside of.
Oh yeah, he got a girl.
Was he previously married?
Yeah, he got a girl pregnant like in college or something.
Whoa!
Just after college.
So how many times has he been married?
Twice.
This is the second.
Yes.
And your mom's first.
Uh-huh.
Oh,
Yeah.
so the other sister.
Yeah, so she's a half sister, my older one. So
is that the wine collector?
No, that's the younger one.
Okay.
So I don't know. My older sister is. She lives in Atlanta. She's 55. So she was 11 years older than me. So
where's that woman?
Oh, I have no idea. I know nothing about her.
Never met her.
Never met her.
Does your sister keep in touch?
No.
No?
No.
What happened to her?
She was kind of a awful human, from what I've been told. Like I'll give a. Apparently,
hell with the people pleasing. Yeah. We got a segment now. I did not know this after 15 years.
Yeah, I mean, look, she'll never know. She'll never hear. So, apparently, I was 3 or 4 years old. So my sister was either 14 or 15, and there's a knock at the door, and it's my sister in tears, and then all of her stuff in trash bags that her mother just dumped in the front yard and said, "I don't want her anymore." Drove off.
Oh my goodness!
So it was ugly. My mom was.
So your dad took care of her solo for a while?
No, my parents had already married. So I was already born. So my mom.
Your dad's
and dad,
like, I ain't doing that. I ain't doing that woman's work.
Yeah, and it was a nasty situation. My sister kept in touch with her mom for a while, but it got ugly late. So
is she alive?
Yeah, she's alive.
State?
New York. Yeah, apparently,
Social?
Just a wretched human being.
Wow,
just awful. So I don't know. I don't know her. I don't know anything about her.
Fascinating.
I know my dad still pays her every month.
Really?
Yeah, it's crazy. It's I know.
Still?
It's only been 50-something years, but why would you not still pay alimony?
Legally or out of guilt?
Legally. Out of guilt. He didn't even know where his diaper is.
Yeah.
He doesn't know what's going on. He doesn't have any clue. My mom.
I thought Bobby was gonna have the darkest parent reference this segment.
My mom writes that check. Yeah, she writes that check every month.
Oh.
So
your mom ever have words with her?
I don't think she's ever said a word to her, and now she hasn't at least in 40 years. But so anyway, maybe because I'm a middle child, a people pleaser. But I am one, and I cannot say no. You guys know this.
Yeah.
I say yes, and then I spend the next. If you invite me somewhere next week, I will say yes immediately, and then I'll spend the next 10 days trying to find a way to get out of it.
Are you going to Twister tonight?
Yes.
Yes. I'm going to Twister too.
Twister.
Tolo Jason, he's got the new Twisters movie. He's holding a screening, and he offered us up tickets, so we're going tonight.
You're going?
Yeah, I'm going to go see it. Sarah and I are going to go.
Where is it?
It's going to be in Grapevine.
Pepe, you interested?
No, not really.
What are you going to do? Hibachi?
No, I think I'm going to go to the casino tonight. I think so.
He's going to win back some of what he didn't spend.
He's living your life, bro.
Yeah, he is.
He is living your life.
You or me in the
once a month. I get once a month. I get.
But you were kind of this like in the late 30s.
Early 40s.
You were at the casino every single weekend.
Yeah, I was. That's a reason why I have no money right now.
So you're going and coming back or staying?
Yeah, not staying. I'll just go up there later this afternoon, then come back early evening.
I feel like I can't go if I'm not going to stay. I feel it needs to be an experience. It needs to be a weekend experience.
It's a 90-minute drive, though, so it's not that bad, but,
He can't stay a weekend, though. Like,
because
he would go, he'd either, like, strike it rich or he'd go completely broke because he can't stop playing.
I think he's got
I stayed in
decent
Vegas for 3 days and won almost $1,000.
Wow. Is Mackenzie going tonight?
Yeah, she is.
All right,
even though she doesn't want to.
Nope.
But there you go, laying down the law early. I like it. Junk Drawer, Friday, here on Sean and RJ. What is it like to really be an NBA superstar? And are you wearing Donald Trump's assassination shoes? Because you could if you wanted. Next on The Fan.
Miss any part of the boys this morning? Go back and listen anytime on our Odyssey app, presented by Comerica.
What's up, Tolos? Bobby Belt here to sing the praises of Guardian caps. Look, when we're out at training camp next week, you're going to see players wearing Guardian caps over their helmets, and I'm excited that the NFL is now allowing Guardian caps to be worn in games. When my son was playing football, I would have loved for him to have worn a Guardian cap. Practice like the pros and keep your kids safely playing the game of football that we all love with Guardian caps. And this month, you can enter your team on the 105.3 The Fan contest page to win a set of 10 Guardian caps this season. You can also get bulk team pricing by going to guardiansports.com.
We believe everyone deserves access to fresh food.
Uber Eats has low fee products? I got to remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
ComparePower.com. The power is yours. ComparePower.com.
And it's back to Sean and RJ right here on 105.3 The Fan segment here, brought to you by Cars for Kids. Donate today at carsforkids.org, and also brought to you by the personal injury lawyers Frankel and Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214-817-3333, with Frankel and Frankel. There's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
Are people getting off of work today because of the outage?
Good question.
Largest global outage in history, they're calling it. Y2K finally happening 24 years later. Peyton was firing off frustration this morning at 4 a.m.
I'm curious, by the way, because you referenced that earlier in the day, and that made me wonder. Peyton, do you know what Y2K is? Oh my gosh.
It's a rapper, but that's about it.
But then Bobby was looking out here on the roads, and he's like, why is it so light? And you said you think everyone's going to be off of work, working from home, and they couldn't air Sports Center?
Yeah, I just saw this article come out that
Jamel Hill come back?
No. The network aired Unsportsmanlike, which is the it's like a radio show in the morning they have, I guess, on ESPN and ESPN2, because they could not get SportsCenter on the air because of the outage. Wow. And obviously, all hell broke loose. They had everything shut down until they were trying to fix this problem, which led to their inability to air SportsCenter.
Yeah, like if banking systems are down, I would guess, because this were I would guess they would just tell people you don't have to come in because there's literally nothing we can do right now. So maybe that's it.
Russell Westbrook to the Denver Nuggets.
What do you think?
I don't care.
You know what? I don't care either. It doesn't move me much at all. Now, I heard...
Is this the other day we were talking about, can endings affect great players with the legacy and thought?
Ooh.
Is this applying to Westbrook? Because I had Tolo Joe Hicks stop by yesterday, and he's like, man, Westbrook, isn't he too great to be moving around like this? Now, how old do you think Westbrook is? I would guess 35.
I was thinking 34.
I'm cheating. I wasn't cheating. I just had his stats up. He'll be 36 next year.
He'll be 36. Okay. Is this going to apply to Russ? Russ's legacy right now is what? To me, it is dominating the triple-double category, making triple-doubles normal. That, to me, is his legacy, along with playing as hard as he did.
He made the triple-double boring.
Yes.
You know, like he normalized it too much, and you know, now Luka's doing the same thing, and look, he's in our generation, he's an all-time great for our generation, like our era, like the current era of NBA players, not our generation, but
Hall of Famer.
Yeah, but like the current era, like this,
like more
this
of a
last 20 years, he's one of the 10 best players of the last 20 years, easy.
Better player, more surefire Hall of Famer than Paul George.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, not even close. Yeah.
But behind CP3.
I don't know about that.
I'm going CP3.
Yeah, I'm taking Chris Paul.
Russell's probably going to have better numbers, except for the assists.
Russ was so Chris made other players better.
Yes.
And Russ
was a better point guard.
Yes. Yeah. Russ was a better individual talent. But Chris made others around him better, I think.
Russ fell off from the rest of the pack of greats from his generation as soon as his athleticism slipped. He is a prime example of, as soon as the athleticism starts to slip, he didn't have the, to me, he wasn't
skilled.
He didn't have the high intangibles that LeBron does, or some of these other guys that they see the game a certain way and they're able to.
He's as rough around the edges at the guard position as Shaq was.
Yeah.
Shaq was not Olajuwon or Ewing with touch, or grace or skill. It was brute power, force, athleticism. And Westbrook can't shoot, doesn't have any touch.
Yeah.
100 miles an hour.
Yeah.
There's no finesse.
But his athleticism stayed a long time.
Oh, he had all-time great athleticism.
All-time great.
He might be in my top 5 all-time great category athleticism-wise that I'm making up in my mind right now.
I heard
for freaks, LeBron, Shaq, athletic freaks in the NBA who were great players. I think Westbrook's up there. I can't think of 4 and 5 right now. Wilt for sure.
Freak.
I don't know. The guy, when I think athleticism, the first guy that pops into my head is Sean Kemp.
Yes.
Oh, yeah, for sure.
McDice.
McDice
is tops on a lot of lists.
Yeah, he is. I heard I heard a clip I saw on the internet that Eddie Johnson said this is a great move for Denver. Remember Eddie?
No, shooter. Ugly shot, but great shooter.
And he said it's a great move for Denver because Russ is great playing off the ball. And I wonder if he's ever watched Russell Westbrook play basketball before. That Russ is great playing off the ball. I don't know.
And Caitlin Clark said no to the W. She's saying yes, I think, to the NBA three-point shooting contest, but no to the WNBA three-point shooting contest for All-Star.
What a miss.
Why? Why is she saying no?
I don't know.
Did they get? Because I
tried to find it.
Here's what I would legitimately think.
Probably worn out from the schedule they've run that poor girl through.
And she never had an off season because they went right for the WNBA schedule starts right after the college basketball season.
Or if I was just, hey, some of the narrative that this league and these players have pushed on me, all right, I'm going to start removing myself from stuff then that gets you guys' attention. So I'm not taking part in your All-Star weekend. You guys can see
that.
I
that.
would hope that's what she's doing.
Oh, I would support that pettiness.
Yep. I don't know if that's what I mean, look, she's definitely starting to speak out a little bit. When I was watching that Wings game the other night, and she's clearly becoming a cancer on the sideline, the way she's questioning her coach. Why didn't we call a timeout?
She smacked a Gatorade cup.
Oh my gosh, just it's becoming very Antonio Brown-like, I feel like, with her.
Shut up. No, Antonio Brown's Ryan Garcia.
Yes. But it's a miss. It's a miss by her, by the WNBA.
No,
Well, it's not a miss by the WNBA. She said no.
Well, no, it's a miss for the WNBA.
For the WNBA, yes.
Yeah, it's a big time miss for the league. I mean,
Yes.
Steph, this would be like Steph not doing the 3-point contest. And meanwhile, credit to him. He did it in 2010, 2013, 2015, 2016, 2017, 2018, 2019.
And he
continues to do it now.
And he put his stones on the line, taking on a
girl,
woman,
Sabrina Ionescu.
Yeah, everything to lose.
Everything to lose.
Yeah.
And he didn't care.
What?
This is duty.
Is it really like to be an NBA superstar?
So, and this is boy, they definitely have classifications, it seems like, in the NBA. So this was a post that was going viral over on Reddit. They've got the new NBA CBA, obviously. And a Reddit user went in there to the publicly available CBA and was like, I'm just curious, what are some of the weird quirks? What are some of the details and specifics that exist in the NBA CBA in terms of here we go. This is how we're reaching you guys. So some of the things that players are given, travel related, meal reimbursement. These guys players get $156 a day for meals during travel, adjustable to cost of living changes. So
okay, hang on. Let me
up.
write these down to compare for our Oxnard trip.
Yeah, so this is not they're not rationed.
This is $156 a day to eat.
Yep, $156 a day right there. Travel expenses. Teams must provide first class accommodations if the trip exceeds 1 hour. If first class is unavailable, coaches can fly first class and players receive compensation for the difference. So they get paid if they're not able to book them on a first class flight, I guess, is the way that's set up.
All right, what is our food compensation? Are we $75 a day?
Yeah.
15, 25, 35?
Something like that.
Does that add up to 75? So 75 versus 155. All right. Not as far off as you would think. You know, a little radio station compared to the NBA players.
Not bad. And it's across the board in the NBA. So the superstar is getting the same reimbursement as the little guy there. Players are reimbursed for moving costs by their own team. Players are given a hotel of up to 46 days and housing costs of up to $6,000 per month when traded.
$6,000 a month when you're traded?
Yeah.
You get a housing allowance?
Yeah. When you're first, because you're traded in the middle of the year, you got to figure out housing. Like that's a pain. That's a pain.
It is a pain.
Yeah.
So as part of the CBA,
and relocation, Tolo Eddie.
Yeah. So they've got let's see here, complimentary tickets. Players receiving complimentary tickets from their team can get up to 4 for a home game and 2 for a road game, and then they got to buy anything else. This is the one that seems a little petty. League pass. What does it cost the league to just give people league pass? Players receive access to the NBA League Pass as long as they're not on a 10-day or a 2-way contract. Screw those guys. Screw those guys who are probably closer to would actually value getting access to it. But yeah, Joel Embiid gets it. But, you know, Bronny, sorry, you're out of luck. You're not going to be able to get the league pass. So that seems a little petty. If they make it to the 10-day or the 2-way, you would think they would just go, all right, fine, you can have it as a
Why? They're not going to be in the league.
I get NFL Plus. Like I'm not even a player in the
Listen
league.
to this flex.
The league gives me NFL Plus. That's not a flex.
You're a longtime NFL employee. These guys might be there for a cocaine heartbeat.
But what does it cost them? What does it cost them?
If you take that thought process towards everything, you're running a bad business.
Absolutely.
You wouldn't know how to manage any type of money.
Yep.
Give everything away.
There's no cost to it. It's already been established. They're just handing it out for free. It's like an employee perk, you would think.
No, if you hand out more access, that's a subscription per handout, right?
But it doesn't cost any more to add somebody to the list, is what I'm saying. It's not like, oh, well, now we've got to invest more money into this.
It has to cost something, right?
I would think over the
then you're
scope
stopping
of,
them from buying it or purchasing it, and you don't get that revenue.
I would think over the scope of the entire league, compared to like the rest of America, it's negligible. Some programs that the NBA has in place. The NBA provides jointly operated health education programs and career transition to players. Contributions are tax deductible. Funding for these programs include education and career counseling. They can get $2 million a year. Career transition program is $893,000. Health education programs are $628,000. Mandatory programs. Players must attend and participate in educational and life skills programs, including substance abuse awareness, HIV awareness, gambling awareness, and mental health programming. Missing these programs results in fines or suspensions. So if you miss mental health programming, they can fine or suspend you for that, which seems a little bit much to me.
I don't know.
I think that's odd. Some miscellaneous stuff there.
CBA stuff, like some of these things that are in these CBAs.
I don't know who comes up with some of these things to negotiate. High school basketball camps. The NBA funds an annual high school basketball camp organized by the Players Association. The funding amount is $1.6 million and increases each season. The playoff pool money, there is a pool of money that is divided and given to each team that makes the playoffs. Teams receive money based on their progression in the playoffs. So first round exit, NBA Finals, that continues to go up the further that you get into it.
That has always been a sticking point among leagues and teams and players, I should say, because they don't get paid for the postseason. And the owners make, at least in the NFL, the owners make they get paid, but it's like a different amount, right? The owners make a ton of their money in the playoffs.
And then really quickly, these are the things
you don't get paid advancing per round?
Well, you do, but you don't get necessarily your same salary. Like Dak might make Dak makes what, $5 million bucks a game?
It's not the same. Yeah, it's like a
prorated.
Yeah, it's a rate. So here are the prohibited activities. If you do not have written permission from your team and you participate in these activities, you're in violation of your contract. So here's a list of them: skydiving, hang gliding, snow skiing, rock or mountain climbing, water or jet ski, whitewater rafting, use fireworks, use firearms, ride an e-scooter or hoverboard, ride a motorcycle or moped, or any four-wheel off-road vehicle. This technically can be breached if given permission by the players' organization, but they're not allowed to fight. They're not allowed to box. So like Micah doing the boxing thing in the NBA, he would need written permission from the team to do that.
Wow. Well, that's what it's like to be an NBA star or scrub here on Sean and RJ. What if we were to tell you that not a single Cowboys rookie will start this year, including their first-round pick, Part 5 of the Cowboys roster countdown next.
Let's get you over to Platinum Forward in Terrell. It is.
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Solos know nobody has you covered in Oxnard beginning next week, like 105.3 The Fan.
And it's back to Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan segment here, brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine is the #1 Chevy dealer in the world. More Silverados than anyone else. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, enjoy the difference based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023.
The great Bobby Belt.
You ruined the morning show.
Don't make me take off my belt.
Don't make me
No,
take off my belt.
we're not.
Over to you, Bobby.
For this Cowboys team, does a first-round pick have to start in year one in order to be a successful pick? For this particular team.
Yes. Not only does the first-round pick have to start, first-round pick has to be an impact player.
Agreed.
I think there is a...
I think that goes for any team.
I think there is a...
No. It goes...
That should be the goal.
That should be the goal. Yeah. But for the importance of Tyler Guyton and what he plays, I think, I agree with your initial statement.
As it stands right now, as we're heading into training camp, which there's a clear void at left tackle. Tyron Smith has gone off. They've decided to keep Tyler Smith at left guard for now. You've got this opening. There's not an obvious player to step in and take it other than the guy you invested a first-round pick in, Tyler Guyton. You have Chuma Edoga on the roster, who is a veteran player. Not somebody I would think you'd want to start out there for 17 games. Just, in a vacuum, stripping away any side context of it, just saying, would you ever want Chuma Edoga to start 17 games for you? You'd probably say no. Obviously, that changes given if you're looking at what your roster composition looks like. You might say, well, I guess that's my best option. But I think that there is an almost certainty that your left tackle that you picked, Tyler Guyton, your interior offensive lineman, guard center, Cooper Beebe, that you took in the third round, with these holes on the offensive line, thought you were getting plug-and-play starters. I think there is an almost certainty that they are not with the first team when we get to training camp. I think it's likely they are not starting week one, and I think it's possible they don't start all year.
What?
I think it's possible. So, I'll break it down for you real quick.
Please do.
The right side of the offensive line is the only thing on this team right now that's really stable and locked in. You could argue Tyler Smith at left guard, but they've been back and forth on him so many different times that you don't really feel like anything's set in stone until you know what else is around. The right side of the line is Terrence Steele at right tackle, Zach Martin at right guard. Inside at center, everybody has assumed that Cooper Beebe, that'll be his job. You pick Cooper Beebe, he'll kick inside to center, played guard at Kansas State, but he'll be your center and he'll be good to go. Mike Solari, the offensive line coach, thinks Brock Hoffman is an NFL starter at center. He 100% believes that. And the reason why they took Cooper Beebe, if Cooper Beebe was solely a center and not an interior offensive lineman that they could potentially move around and shift around and have as insurance for the future when Zach Martin eventually retires, I don't think they take Cooper Beebe if he was just a center. Because I think Mike Solari believes we've got a center right now that's redundant. We're repeating something. We don't need to do that. It's like, okay, well, you've got two firm starters at the guard spots now in Tyler Smith and Zach Martin. So that sounds like it's going to be difficult for Cooper Beebe to crack the rotation if Mike Solari is that firm in that position. Left guard, Tyler Smith there. The left tackle position would feel like it'd be an obvious one for Tyler Guyton, but you remember after the draft, Sean, when the next day people thought they caught me on a hot mic?
Yeah.
Caught him on a hot mic. Well, I'm going to say today.
And they didn't even realize you didn't speak, so how could they get you saying something?
Well, that was day 3. This was day 1. Things were still all hunky-dory by that point.
Real messy.
Yeah, exactly. When the draft ended, I had said, took off my headphones, and I said to the group there, I said, I wonder if he's actually going to start this year, talking about Guyton. And people thought it was just some dig at him. It's not. I think Tyler Guyton is going to be a Pro Bowl player eventually at left tackle. He is incredibly raw, and still learning tools and picking things up. When you have a coaching staff that is all basically in a lame duck situation, they're all on one-year deals.
Yeah.
They're all trying to preserve their job or fight for their next one. Most coaches will say, I can live with a guy who's maybe not as good as the guy across from him. If that happens, that sucks, but I can deal with the talent deficiency. What I can't deal with is execution errors. I'm not going to get fired because somebody didn't know what they were supposed to do.
Yeah.
And there's a greater likelihood, I think, to the Cowboys coaching staff that they think Chuma Edoga more consistently is ready this year to know where he's supposed to be and what he's supposed to do than Tyler Guyton will be. Doesn't matter if the skill set is that much better.
It's like Cooper Rush and Lance.
Yeah, it's what we ran into with Tyler Smith's rookie year, which he ended out having a good rookie year. But out of necessity, when Tyron Smith went down, they were going to put him in the offensive line, like in the starting group. But remember, we were out at camp for 2-3 weeks going, when is Tyler Smith going to get the first team reps from McGovern? I thought this was a slam dunk. He was playing left guard this year, and McGovern was not.
Yep.
And if it had not been for Tyron Smith getting hurt, I don't think that Tyler Smith would have been given the opportunity to start that year. And I think they're at a similar point right now with Tyler Guyton and Cooper Beebe. And is that a problem for a team that feels win now and has guys on short-term deals? Is that a problem to make those selections then if you're not even giving them resources to do something this year?
I think Choppy would give them credit for not being a prisoner of the moment. And it's like, pick the best player that you think will eventually come out of the selection.
Yeah, if they don't.
It doesn't have to be your because you can pick like your older veteran type boring selection. Mm-hmm. Someone's going to be a starter. I'm going to get 5 good years out of them.
Right.
Or the potential, the hype, and the growth.
Yeah, the potential to throw them out there, let them fail, let them succeed.
No, I'm not happy about it if I'm Mike McCarthy and Dak Prescott.
Right. Oh, no, for sure. And now look, I mean, could a case be like, are we freaking out about this offensive line?
I don't think anybody's freaking out. I think people are waiting, though.
Give me the offensive line for the opener. I'll tell you if I'm freaking out.
Right tackle, Terrence Steele. Right guard, Zach Martin. This is my projection. Center, Brock Hoffman. Left guard, Tyler Smith. Left tackle, Chuma Edoga.
Okay, well, I'm freaking out.
Are you freaking out about left tackle only or about the unit?
The unit. I mean, I'm freaking out about left tackle. I'm unknown about center, and I'm unknown about right tackle.
Okay, so let me ask you this then, because like I get
with no juice at running back to try to overcome that offensive line, and my quarterback who may leave me without a contract.
So I guess I would counter that with is how many other lines have 2 All-Pros on it?
I would counter back and say, name me the tackles worse than Chuma Edoga throughout the NFL.
Well, I mean, look, you're not wrong on that one, and I would probably go Guyton just because there's a talent.
Well, and that's
but either way,
Edoga and Steele. I mean, I could go with the tackle combo. Are we getting last year's Steele or 2 years ago Steele?
That's going to be a big point. I think
if it's last year's Steele, put Trey Lance in now. Or Cooper Rush if you want to protect Trey.
We had a question on Love of the Star this week where they had essentially asked, is Terrence Steele the X factor for this roster this season? Like if Terrence Steele is old Terrence Steele, how much does that just solidify so much of what you're trying to do and accomplish versus if he's the guy that he was last year?
Guess Steele's PFF grade last year.
52.
50.8.
Oh. He was
51. Not good. Now, I know you're bringing up a lot of injury.
Yeah, it was
recovery and all
coming
that.
off of the injury, and the Cowboys have had issues with guys coming off of ACL the first year. And the second year is typically where they bounce back. That's why we're going to be watching Trayvon Diggs during training camp to see if he looks like he's held back in any way. Here's the thing to me, though, is that I know they don't want to play Tyler Smith at this point at left tackle. Like they'd prefer to just keep him at left guard right now. That would be their preference. But if you don't think Tyler Guyton's ready, it feels a little negligent to have such a talent deficit with Edoga, though, at left tackle. And that's where, if you feel like 5 of your best offensive linemen, 5 of your 6 best offensive linemen are Tyler Smith, Zach Martin, Brock Hoffman, TJ Bass, Cooper Beebe, and those are all interior guys, I think you have to make a decision that says Tyler Smith needs to go out to left tackle then for this year. Tyler Smith needs to play left tackle, and then we'll let Beebe and Bass, if you don't want to give it to a rookie, fine. Bass. You had Bass play spot play last year. Let TJ Bass be the left guard and Brock Hoffman be the center. And then you've got a veteran group and rolling with it, and you're not at a talent deficit like you would be with Edoga.
Edoga was a 61.4 PFF grade last year.
Is offensive line, Chop, I know we've referenced this before in terms of that it is a unit like that, but is there another weakest link unit in football than the offensive line? Like where you're only as good as your weakest link?
Well, the defense as a whole, I think. I think if you're in the secondary, your secondary is only as good as your weakest link. Because the offense, the theory on defense being a weak link unit is that the offense will just pick on that weak link as much as it can. It will game plan to that weak link.
Yeah, I mean, and people have done that. They did it to when Kelvin Joseph came into the Packers game a couple of years ago. They immediately went, all right, Kelvin Joseph, there he is. Jacksonville, same thing. Kelvin Joseph, there he is. Go target him. You can absolutely do those sort of things. The offensive line is such a cohesion unit, though, to me, where it's like, they've got to all work together, and it's going to bring everybody else down. You're not going to, with a good offensive line, bring up a poor tackle. Like, Chuma Edoga is not going to be elevated, I don't think, by playing next to Tyler Smith. Maybe it bails him out on a couple different occasions, but I don't think it's going to make him a better player. It's going to cause Tyler Smith to have to go down a level and make plays that he wasn't anticipating he was going to have to, or that's going to take away his attention. And when you have that issue right there, how does that start impacting what Dak feels he needs to check at the line of scrimmage versus the offensive line? What Dak feels he needs to have the responsibility for. When you're talking about busts, having busts in your assignments, I can't get out of my head with the idea that Edoga could start, and I've heard people say behind closed doors, they'll say Edoga absolutely has a chance to start here. I can't get out of my head last year.
Is he better than I'm giving him credit for?
No.
Or can he be better?
No.
Where do you think? So Pro Football Network just ranked the offensive lines. Where do you think they have the Cowboys?
12.
It's close. 15. 16 is Buffalo. 17 is Denver. 18 is San Fran.
Who's 1, 2, 3? Philly.
Philly is 1.
Detroit, and who?
Philly, Detroit, and Cleveland.
Yeah. Now the thing I can't get out of my head with Edoga, and we'll wrap with this idea here. The thing I can't get out of my head with Edoga, if you're talking about you don't want busts, is that Miami game. That was a 5-6 year veteran who let Bradley Chubb run right by him late in the game on the goal line 2 different times where he didn't know where he was supposed to be. I don't know how you can stand up there and say, well, look, we know what we're getting reliably here, but I think we are going to start camp with Hoffman and Edoga starting on the offensive line. They will be getting the first team reps, I think, when we're out there to Oxnard next week.
Painkillers, quitting, and assassination shoes. That kicks off the final hour of the week with Sean, RJ, and Bobby next. But man, someone sent me a hideous, nasty message on Twitter the other day. It wasn't anything personal for once. It was a barbecue platter from outside the state of Texas. I couldn't make out what it was. I thought I saw like broccoli florets on there. And I'm just sitting there comparing this shoe leather to what I see every day at Hurtado Barbecue. I just want you one time, that's all I'm asking for today or this weekend, to experience one of the legendary, the best platter in barbecue, especially with those looks, man. I'm looking at the pork spare ribs. I'm looking at the prime brisket. I'm looking at the 2 different types of sausage. I'm looking at the bark that Brandon Hurtado has accomplished with the burnt ends and the wrapped jalapenos stuffed with cheese and brisket. I'm looking at the birria tacos. There you go. And I'm looking at the Mexicu that cannot be matched inside or outside the state. 3 different locations. They have the one in Arlington, site of Fan Bowl 2024 on August 10th. See you there. Fort Worth, brand new spot in Mansfield. 2 locations inside the globe. If you're heading to the game or series tonight and this weekend, tell them Sean for the Fan sent you to the official barbecue of the Texas Rangers. It's Hurtado and HurtadoBBQ.com.
You can either go to Bobby's Place after the show to hear more, or it's probably easier to hear everything you missed this morning on our Odyssey app, presented by Comerica.
This Odyssey Sports Minute is sponsored by Bosch Power Tools. What hard workers deserve.
Roger that, Sally.
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, forgive me a little bit.
Go Cowboys. An Odyssey sports station.
From our Highly Mazda of Arlington and Hearst studios, this is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Final hour fist pump time on the Fan Cam, Twitch, and YouTube. And Carter got the best vacation schedule in the whole daggone building.
Oh, no, man.
Replaces Ryan and doesn't even come in.
Yeah, well, his car's off today.
Boy, that was one of our. We'll do more at 9:20, but that was one of our notes we got in the feedback. Sean, somebody said y'all need to find another Ryan. You can tell how great he was now that he's gone.
The official morning show survey coming up at 9:20. The good and the bad feedback on 5:30 to 10 a.m. from the Tolos right here on DFW Sports Station. Sean Sharif, RJ Choppy, Cowboys Insider Bobby Bell, and Pepe in the back. We'll cross-talk with the KNC Masterpiece at 9:40. But what's going on with the British Open? Shane Lowry back to -7, and everyone getting ready to wave bye-bye to Tiger.
You take this one, Chop.
Yeah, I'll take this one, Robert. Shane with a 2 under par day, 69 nice for the day. He is back to 7 under par after he had that double bogey on 11. But Shane is back to 7 under with a 2-stroke lead over Daniel Brown, who was 1 over through 12. It's a pretty decent leaderboard in the top 20. All these guys are, 1 over or better. And at this course, I mean, everybody is kind of in contention there. So at 1 over, Dustin Johnson, Colin Morikawa, Brooks Koepka, Tony Finau at even par, Xander Schauffele -1. At -3, you got Scotty Scheffler, so he's 4 back. Justin Rose, Billy Horschel, Jason Day, all around there.
Is an announcer about to be fired for what he said about Tiger Woods? This is Mark Rowe on Sky Sports observing Tiger struggling at the Open.
Uneven ground, and you look at the eyes, you've got to think that there's quite a lot of painkillers being taken to cope with the pain, you know. Not easy.
You look at the eyes. That's the best audio we can find of that, by the way.
That's it.
You look at the eyes. I can't blame Pepe, though. He was dealing with the outage at 4 a.m. And you'd have to think there's a lot of painkillers being taken. And as you'd expect, I had the reaction of, whoa, what is this guy doing?
Yeah, so I found this to be interesting because, like, I took it.
Man, Choppy's taken over the interesting mantle from Bobby, the crutch word.
Yeah, to me, he's saying that there's no doubt with the injuries he's had that, you know, he has to manage the pain with painkillers. The internet is saying that, like,
was there more to this comment, like context of before and after in the sentence?
Yeah, because if you listen to the very beginning, and get ready to play it again. Like, listen to the very beginning, you can kind of tell what got him onto this subject.
Uneven ground, and you look at the eyes, you've got to think that there's quite a lot of painkillers being taken to cope with the pain, you know. Not easy.
So he said uneven ground, right? Which is like it's a it's a little hilly, and you know it's obviously his issues have been with his leg. His leg, he's like, I've got half a leg. He's got one working leg, and you know it's obvious that just to get through 18 is very, very painful to him. And people took it as like, you know, they were saying that Tiger looked under the influence. You know, letting him where I just didn't see it. I thought it was clear that he was talking about what the injuries Tiger has. He's on pain medicine, and you can see it like in his eyes that he's in a lot of pain.
Is he saying you can see the pain in the eyes or the painkillers in the eyes?
Like here's the only.
Let me just go on the record because I know you were very passionate about this last night, Choppy. I think this is a mistake. I think he probably has to and needs to like address it on Twitter. You cannot suggest that he's taking painkillers, especially with Tiger's background.
Well, yeah, because Tiger has a background with pain pills and pills in general that he's done.
Yeah, I don't think you can suggest pill usage as a broadcaster.
You can't. I want to go where Choppy's going. I want to. Of the idea of,
I don't think the guy's intent was to call Tiger a druggie.
Yeah. And I think that the internet is saying that, like, you know, he's calling Tiger out for he's popping pills.
No, I think he sounds like he's trying to be sympathetic. I just don't think he can say that.
No,
I don't think he should be fired, but I that's a no-no. If I'm the head of the network, Sky Sports, whatever it is, I'm like, tweet out an apology.
I want to believe that it's, and I was trying to come to the side when I was just listening to it of, he's talking about clearly he's in pain. You can see it in his eyes, like wincing type of thing. I wanted to believe that was it. The only problem here is that typically I would think you'd see it on their face.
Yeah.
Like if you isolate it to just the eyes, I don't know that I can see pain alone in someone's eyes. I see it in their face.
Unless they're about to cry.
I can see glassy eyes.
Yeah.
I can see those.
Yep.
And I could make a lot of determinations about. So that's the only, is that him saying eyes is just like, all right, I want to think that he's trying to cover it, and I do agree with you. I think he's trying to be sympathetic.
Yeah.
But it sounds really bad.
Broadcasters are even afraid to suggest that someone's going to go like Luka and get an injection, a pain-killing injection. I remember Malika Andrews asking Luka about that during the finals. I think he went overboard a little bit. Now, if he was trying to make a joke and he was trying to be rude, which it didn't sound like he was, then I think you could have grounds for firing. But this, I'm like, acknowledge it. Let's backtrack it. I don't think it's absolutely nothing.
You could say something. You don't have to use and goodness, if you're talking for that long, it's easy to probably slip up and say things in an inartful way at times.
Yeah, like I said earlier this week when you talked about me stuttering.
But
when you talked as long as I have to.
But the part where he says you got to think there's a lot of painkillers in him. It's like you could just say,
yeah,
he's probably having to manage the pain
management.
Just call it. So, and he just got a little lazy with it. And
Because, like, so just one text, like, speculating about Tiger's drug addiction. Yeah, I didn't think he was that. I think that's just the wrong way to take it.
I think that's a little bit of a stretch.
Yeah, I mean, if you want to say that he shouldn't have said anything about, like, the way his eyes looked or that he's on pain pills in general.
Yeah.
And just say you could tell how much pain, you could see in his eyes how much pain he's in. But I think you really got to reach to draw the conclusion that he was speculating that Tiger is addicted to pain pills.
Not that he was abusing it, but that he was actively affected by them on the course is what I think. I think he did insinuate that.
Just don't talk about someone using painkillers in general. It's not a difficult rule. Like, if you're broadcasting and like this person is on pills, you can't do that.
Is that just a linguistics thing though, or is that just like the words we're choosing to use? Because I feel like we all have said something to the effect of, yeah, they're probably going to shoot that up and he's going to get out there to play. Like, I feel we've said that. Is that
we can do it? I don't think you can do it as the play-by-play voice.
I feel like I don't know that I have heard him say it. I feel like I could see Aikman saying something like, yeah, you're probably just going to get that thing shot up and get back out there.
Yeah. That's what I was kind of referring to a little bit earlier. So is there a difference there? That's a good question. Is there a difference if you refer to going in the back and getting your varsity blues shot versus painkillers?
It's the history.
There's less of a stigma with the shot.
It's the history. You're right. Yeah. If he says that about, I'll throw out what's a golfer's name? Give me one, Chop.
Phil Mickelson.
Phil Mickelson. Probably not a good one because he also has had addiction issues. Give me another
John
one.
Daly.
Damn it.
Dustin Johnson.
Let's say
come on.
Bernard Langer. If he's out there, right, and they were to say he's probably on pain pills and he's in a lot. If he were to say, I don't think anybody bats at it because they're thinking that's not even an issue for him. You're suggesting. It's like saying if there was an alcoholic out there and being like, well, you got to think he's probably had a drink or two. It sounds bad.
I know you swing.
Who quit?
This is a guy I've not really ever heard of. But this is a trying to find his name now. I don't even know his name. Honestly.
You sent the story.
Yeah, I know. I have
and
no
I teased
idea.
it.
Yeah, I know. I have no idea.
We got the Peyton Russell checkout.
Oh yeah.
It's not really a checkout. It kind of is. No, it's not.
What are you distracted by?
I was just watching the golf.
Okay.
Yeah. I mean,
so do you want me to do
keep
the
your eyes away
story?
from
Do you
that?
want me to go find it? Do you want me to go find your story?
No, I got it right here. I got it right here. His name is
Robert Paulson.
No, Romain Langasque.
Okay.
All right. He's a French golfer. So he was on like the 8th hole, and he had already had a pretty bad round. At this point. And he had a little bit of a meltdown, and he sculls his second shot, goes way over the green, into a bunker, hit it very, very thin, and now he walks up to his two playing partners and was like, guys, I'm out of here. Now, he said he had a bad back. You could see him you could read his lips, and it said he had a bad back, that he hurt his back. I have no idea. Maybe, if he did have a bad back.
Could have popped some pills.
But if he did have a bad back, I got a big problem with this because if he had a bad back going into this, that's a spot that somebody else could have taken. If you had a bad back to the point where you don't think you're going to be able to complete this thing and you're just like 30%, I can get through it. I mean, take your injury, get your injury excuse, get into next year's event because they'll allow you to take that the next year and let somebody who actually has a chance to compete in this thing play. Now, short of that, maybe he got hurt on the course and didn't know it. And didn't know going in that he had a bad back, but apparently this guy's had a little bit of a back issue. But I've never heard of the golfer, but he had to call it in the 8th hole.
Okay, but for injury. Injury. Because
he says injury.
Last time we talked about a story publicly like this, and I'm not suggesting this, but that's where my mind first went, is what happened in Fort Worth, that awful suicide story.
Yes.
Where the guy just bailed.
Absolutely.
But this is injury.
This is an injury.
Yeah.
This is an injury. At least that's what he says. It's an injury.
Tiger saying he couldn't sleep a few nights ago after the Trump assassination attempt. I read that and I was like, "Oh, that's gonna get some criticism from people out there." If Tiger's implying, I was so distraught I could not get sleep myself because of what almost happened to my president.
I mean, there's already an article out there. Remember, Alexi Lawless.
Oh yeah,
the soccer analyst. He was at the convention, and there are newspaper articles and columnists calling for Fox to fire him for being at the event.
Why?
Because they don't like that he's at the event. And there's like columnists out, Deadspin and such, calling for him to be fired.
Deadspin.
Oh, Deadspin's calling for somebody to be fired. You're kidding. They have such high standards.
But and I have not heard Tiger answer. I haven't heard him meet the media about this particular comment that he made.
He can't, according to Mark Rowe.
He obviously made it have to meet with the media, but. He's played golf with the president before, said he couldn't sleep.
Maybe Tiger will be buying the assassination shoes.
Dude, these are, look, there's a lot of things we can say politically, and we're not going to, generally. But
we have been recently.
I think we've just talked about it generally, though.
I love the way we cover it.
This is, you got to give Trump credit for one thing. He moves merch. He absolutely
Dude, do you know how
merch.
many people are talking about the Halloween costume of the bandage of the ear? And did you see how many people in the crowd yesterday had the bandage of the, they're calling the new 50 Cent Band-Aid.
The new Yeah, there was you saw so many people wearing that thing.
So he's the king of the political merch game, always has been, moved millions of those Make America Great Again hats, which I'll be honest, first time I saw that thing, I was like, no one's gonna wear
It's
that.
a hideous hat.
No one's gonna wear it.
It's my dad's fitting style hat.
It's
like everyone's old dad fitting style hat. It's awful.
It looked like it was designed by the same person who did those Indiana Fever uniforms that they were wearing against the Dallas Wings. I'm
not even offended by the lettering, the font. I'm offended by the fit.
The fit and the rope.
Yeah. What do you mean you don't like
The
it?
fit?
Look how we wear our hats.
Yeah.
Look at the hats that we wear.
Yeah.
It's not that big.
It doesn't have
boater's
a big front,
hat.
And it's got the rope
Stiff.
across the front.
The rope is in style now. That's fun. The rope is in style.
Because he brought it back because he moves merch, Chop. That's why it's in style. Now he's got his shoes, his assassination shoes for $300. You can buy a pair of sneakers, and these are being sold on a website that is owned by Donald Trump. You can buy a pair of sneakers with the image of Trump and the bloody ear holding up the fist on the
How much?
on the heel there. $300. So cheaper than the Lonzo Ball shoes.
I
when
bet
those
they're
came out.
sold out already.
These are the fastest shoes you're ever going to put on.
The ear bleeds the most.
When I put these on, they say, Donald, you're so fast.
So
fast.
The ear bleeds the most.
The white high tops are being sold as Fight high tops for $299 on a website that sells Trump-branded shoes that is run by CIC Ventures, a company that Trump reported owning in his 2023 financial disclosure. I think he's missing an opportunity to call them just fight tops.
And if you missed last night, I thought the worst part was the part I was the most excited for. I was so bored. I conked out. 90-minute speech from Trump. But beforehand, the chaos of Dana White, Kid Rock, and the Hulkster.
When they took a shot at my hero and they tried to kill the next president of the United States, enough was enough. And I said, let Trumpomania run wild, brother. Let Trumpomania rule again. Let Trumpomania make America great again.
And by the way, everyone, even on CNN, is saying by Monday they expect Biden to bow out. That his donors have said, we're not giving you another dime.
It was
Pelosi's getting involved. She's not just stock trading. She's getting involved.
Careful.
Trying to talk.
Careful, Sean.
The former President Obama, is now, and that, to me, like, that's the one.
These networks are not doing a good enough job, though, of talking about who would step in for him, who would fill in. They're saying nothing about it. I want to know who would be the replacement, and would the replacement have a better or worse shot than Biden?
That is 1,000%.
It's driving me crazy. I'm like, talk about the options.
Yeah, the entire aspect of will he or will he not drop out, to me, should hinge on who the replacement is.
Hasn't it been Newsom? Hasn't that been the buzz?
That was
Newsom,
speculation.
Kamala?
Yeah, there was speculation of Newsom, but, I mean, is that going to play with middle America? I mean, who knows? But the point is that, the moment he lost President Obama, that may have been it for him. Like, because it's still his party for the most part. And if he had his backing, I think he could have stayed on.
What do Tolos really think of the morning show? The Sean and RJ Tolo survey is next on 105.3 The Fan.
But it's the weekend, boys and girls, which means you want to give her the weekend, you know what.
you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
back in action tonight against the Orioles. 6:30 pregame. If you missed, Jared Sandler getting you set for the second half of the baseball season. 1053thefan.com. Odyssey with the rewind. 720 Expressway and PayPay. Just let me know. Josh Abbott ticket giveaway.
Well,
next week at 720. Take it away.
Yeah, he's good. We saw him.
No, take it away with what you did in the commercial break.
Oh yeah, she likes Texas. She likes me. We saw him around Christmas time. Maybe early in the spring. And we're at Marty B's. He was pretty good. Got quite a bit of songs.
Josh Abbott band tickets next week, 720 Expressway. Brian Broaddus rudely interrupted at 6:40 this morning in studio when we were trying to go through the results of our second annual Sean, RJ, and Bobby morning show survey.
Yep, and so this is where we've got a lot of different ideas last year out of this. This is where the payload came from, was from people saying we need more Peyton. Peyton's funny. So Peyton, every bit of shine you get when you walk into a casino and somebody's like, "Oh, Peyton."
Yeah.
It comes from this survey from last year. A couple different changes on how we do stuff in the Expressway. So we actually do take this as a sort of performance review or some of your suggestions. We want to take these into account, and if there's a consensus line out here, we like to kick them around and take a look at them. And also, it's good to see some of the jabs you guys throw in there, some of the zingers. There are some good ones. Like I particularly under what don't you like or about the show? What's your least favorite thing about the show? My favorite comment that I saw in there was when Bobby doesn't take his meds and is all over the place. I have an ADHD kid. Makes my brain hurt when they talk fast. Don't finish words or thoughts. So you got a little bit of that. Least favorite thing about the show. Another answer just said WNBA and Bobby, which seems to be like he must struggle when I'm talking during those segments.
Yeah.
Like there's got to be a little bit of a...
Bobby's anti.
There's got to be a little bit of a disconnect.
Wow.
The fact that nobody's taught me how to dress yet is what somebody said. They said, dude, lose the hoodies. They're there all year long.
Yeah. But again, Sean's been wearing hoodies in the summertime all these years.
I had a T-shirt yesterday, and I was a little bit chilly in here.
Yeah, it's cold. Like my hands are cold right now. Like it does get chilly in here.
Like when I go out of studio, the difference with Bobby and I, when we're out of studio, like at a firehouse, I'm wearing T-shirt and shorts.
Right.
It's 100 degrees. It's nice and cold in here.
Yeah. Bobby wears hoodies.
And I have way more hoodie. This has been the case for a while. I need to go T-shirt shopping. Like I have way more hoodies. I think when Christmas comes around and people are trying to figure out what to get me, and it's cold outside, so they're like hoodies. I don't have summer shopping or summer occasion, and T-shirts to me are so much tougher to find. You've been a T-shirt connoisseur for a while. So much tougher to find comfortable T-shirts that I love versus hoodies.
Yeah,
all hoodies are great, basically to me.
The moment
T-shirts to me are a pain in the ass. So it's comfort, it's ease.
Right.
It's cold in here. Those are my factors.
T-shirts are difficult because you got to find the right style, and the moment you find like the right brand or style, then like you navigate to that one. Because it's like one may fit your shoulders right, but doesn't fit your chest right.
Yes.
Doesn't fit your stomach right. Doesn't fit your arms right. It's very rare that you can get one that fits them all well.
Yeah, it sucks.
So one of the
I really like the fit of like the Palmer's chicken T-shirts that Palmer gave us.
Yeah.
I also like when he gave us food actually the first time.
Yeah.
But the T-shirts, I love those. If I could get every T-shirt like that, I wear nothing but T-shirts.
Yeah, that's the fit style is the big pain in the ass for me, and that's why I'm just like I don't want to like guess because there've been too many times I bought a shirt that was like, oh, I like this, and I'm like, oh no, I don't like the actual fit, and I wasn't gonna throw this on.
And your armpit stains are a huge problem.
There's that too. Yeah. Probably because I wear hoodies all the time.
Our boys over at Bogey Bros get us some T-shirts.
There we go. We asked about your favorite segment, and by the way, when we go favorite segment and then we go to least favorite segment, there is gonna be just know that there were more than double the answers for favorite segment. So the least favorite segment is a smaller sample size, so we're just saying that in advance so Peyton doesn't get his feelings hurt. But on the favorite segment, if somebody listed 3 segments and said, these are all the ones that I love, all 3 of those would get counted as a vote. So these percentages won't add up to, it'll add up to maybe more than 100% when we go down it. But the favorite segment on the station, or on the show, Station 2, Ask Reddit. 47% of the people who responded to our survey at the time of this counting yesterday said Ask Reddit was their favorite. But
now, let me ask a radio programming question. This is the purpose of this. Is that something to where you make Ask Reddit every day, or it loses its luster by just keeping it once a week?
I think that's an oversaturation.
That's
thing.
a great question. It's one of those things that you really don't know till you don't find out until you try it.
Yeah,
But-
these are the things we talk about behind the scenes, y'all. Just in case you're wondering, we would sit in a meeting and go, "All right, do we need to make Ask Reddit every day, Tuesday, Friday,
You
or
could
just
ma-
keep
yeah.
it once?" And that makes it feel more important.
You could maybe do you find when you're looking that there's a shortage of these questions?
Right. How many do we
No.
leave on the table?
I mean, I just once I get 8 or so, I stop, and we don't even get through all 8, and I just stop looking once I get to 8.
Yeah.
But I mean, there are probably each week 50 different questions on that forum that have minimum 6,000 replies on them.
I mean, we could replace the junk drawer with another Ask Reddit on Friday. Just a thought.
Junk Drawer did get 7% as their favorite segment, but right behind Ask Reddit, the clear number 2 favorite segment, according to these replies, at 24%, is the payload.
All right. His last segment of the week.
Oh, that makes me feel so much better. For now, at least.
Yes, for now. But this is why you can't just use percentages necessarily. We're going to have to go to the actual details of. I'd love to make it look like your segment is trash, but
You hear that, Alec? 24%.
This is clearly.
Hey, by the way, Alec Medford, great job cutting up Stephen Jones stuff. Well done in the commercial break.
Yeah, Peyton couldn't even get like a single cut correct of Mark Rowe talking
Han-
about
Han
Tiger.
McDavid.
Meanwhile, like Alex picking up the rear, sending us audio. Next after that, a tie between Below the Belt and Chopping It Up at 21%.
Tie for favorite?
Yeah, at 21%. And then we got Neighborhood Watch at 14, Best and Worst at 9, and then High Low and Junk Drawer tied at 7. Now, this was where I was kind of fascinated to see who was going to say they had a least favorite segment, because most people just said, don't have one. Like all the segments, none of them bug me. Other people would just maybe say, I'm mad at the Cowboys anytime you talk Cowboys, that kind of thing. So we got far fewer answers. So it's a smaller sample size here on least favorite segment. But the number 1 least favorite segment, according to this, High Low, 18%.
Whoa! What a stunner!
Wow.
Which, to be fair, this will kind of show you the breakdown of how many more responses we got. I think we got like 5 or 6 answers of people saying High Low was their favorite, and that added up to 17 or 7%. On the least favorite segment, I think we got 5 people saying it was their least favorite, and that added up to 18%. So that shows the sample size.
Why do you think that is?
That is their least favorite?
Yeah. The sports match got destroyed, like in these types of discussions. I hated sports.
Somebody
match.
did text it. Somebody said, I want you to bring sports match back. That was some feedback.
Why
we
do you
got.
think High Low would get disliked? And text us 877-881-1053.
They might just not like games. They might just maybe they don't like Bobby and the way he approaches it, or my outright dominance and arrogance in the subject. And I don't know. I really don't know. I think it's a fun game. It's a good little breakup, and we generally keep it pretty sportsy.
Yes.
Number 2 on this list of least favorite segment, though, is also number 2 on our list of most favorite segment. It's the payload at 15%.
You know what?
So that hurt a little bit.
No.
Alec, good job voting.
You know
Alec
what?
voted on that one.
Alec voted.
You have reached the perfect.
Yep.
That's the goal.
Yep.
You don't want to be loved, and you don't want to be hated. You want to be both. You've reached it.
Man.
Polarizing.
That's the goal?
Peyton Rising.
Yes, young man. You
Polarizing.
Peyton got a lot of, in the general feedback section of this survey that we did, there were at least 4 or 5 responses that were taking issue with, y'all stay away from my boy Peyton. Y'all kick Peyton in the stomach
Nuts.
too often.
Yeah.
Like, knock
Let's
it
say
off.
nuts.
Okay, I wasn't sure. Like, knock it off. Give our guy a break there. So there were a lot of people. Now, I know, Peyton, you have said, you know that you have some haters because you see one on the fan text every time you do your segment, right?
I do, yeah. The 817 does not like the payload.
Why
He
not?
calls it the pay loaf.
Like you're
He texts in
mailing it in.
At 6:35 when you tease the payload, he'll say, "All right, checking out."
Why though? Why do you think? Why does he say?
I've asked it. He won't respond. So
A lot of people saying make Ask Reddit to move it to Friday.
No, not add it to Friday.
Yeah, add it to Friday. Junk Drawer at 9:20 on Fridays, and Ask Reddit at 7:20, or Life Hacks at 7:20. But a lot of people on the high low. Can't take away high low. I like high low. High low goes hard. High low's a no. Have a caller high low. High low's criminally underused. Love high low.
Yeah,
I think it's just
clues are not great. That's Peyton's fault.
See, I mean, yeah. Where
I think your clothes are fine.
What we could take away from that is that both of those are technically Peyton's segments, and they're the 2 most hated. Is how I would take away from that. Lot of this is the Sean and RJ You're Appreciated survey for
You're
2024.
appreciated.
It's where we solicit some free feedback from the listeners, just things they like to see on the show, things they like about the show, things they don't, and the least favorite. There's a lot of Cowboys apathy. There's a lot of people, or not even apathy, anger. Because there are people texting going like, my least favorite segment is anytime you guys talk about the Cowboys right now. I don't want to hear about them. Tired of them.
But we also got criticism that it was too much NBA, which I'm probably guilty of. But we were in the NBA Finals.
See, that's
we were. Yeah, you had to.
The thing about it is when we asked,
and I enjoyed it. Like, yes, we force feed things. We all talk things that we have to force feed because I feel like it's important that you want to hear about it. I'm not as passionate that day in that topic. I was all in with the NBA, but we got a couple responses saying too much NBA.
Yeah, and it was never in the question of what's your least favorite segment. It never came up there. It always came in like a general feedback. But we had 3 replies in a row at one point that I was sorting through and stacking up that had said just too much basketball. I don't want to talk so much basketball. So let's go to the general. Oh, one last note here. I had a hard time stacking this one. We got an answer that said crosstalk a few times as their least favorite.
Ooh.
But you could tell by the way they described it that some people were talking about our crosstalks with other cities and other people were talking about our crosstalk like at 940. And so there were other people who just said crosstalk and nothing else, and I don't know which one they were referring to.
Crosstalk has always, in our rating stuff, gone, is this good or bad that we're doing this out loud? I think it's I think it's good. I think it shows like we want the feedback, we apply the feedback. And, we it is 105.3 The Fan. I know you have other hosts in town who are more worried about what celebrities and athletes, what rear end they can kiss. They go to sleep at night saying, are they cool with me in the Rolodex? We actually know where the bread is buttered. That is with you listening, with your time investment. I think this is a good way to talk about that. But the crosstalk has always gone and our rating system is freaking stupid anyway, so it's hard to take a lot from it. But sometimes the crosstalk numbers have been through the roof, and sometimes they've been down. And I would think that they'd be high consistently with all of us getting together and BSing. I've never understood the downturn at the crosstalk.
Right.
Unless, of course, the only thing that would make sense is they hate Kevin and Corey.
Yeah.
Which they do.
Yeah.
Which obviously what it is.
Yeah, I think that's clear because the Friday crosstalk numbers are always great.
Because you can't hate Mike.
It's Monday through Thursday.
You can't hate Mike.
Yeah.
Mike's a genius.
We never know if Mike's going to talk or not, so it's like a 50-50 proposition.
Couple quick quotes that we'll finish this off with in the feedback area. This one I liked. This was what it said, what's your favorite segment? This guy wrote and he said, my life hack is I don't watch sports. He said, in the past year, the only sports I actually watched on TV was the Super Bowl. I listen to 105.3 so I can talk sports with coworkers and whatnot without having to actually invest any real time in watching sports.
Oh.
Strange, I know, but I guess if I had to pick a segment, it'd be Ask Red. It's usually pretty funny.
That's
so you
cool.
get the answer there. And then this is the one that I think maybe hit you all in the feels a little bit when I sent you what he wrote. He said, this gentleman said, bought this house in 2011, shortly after my divorce, and it was one of those radio intercom systems that were popular back in the 70s. Every year of seeing my kids in the morning, he's alone now. And he says he's alone a lot in the morning. He said, I started listening to the old news school, and it really kept me company on some lonely mornings, so thanks for that.
That's awesome. That is what it's about.
Those intercom systems were cool. I never had one.
I have one. My parents still have it.
They still have it?
I don't think it doesn't work, but I used to think it was the most badass thing.
I never lived in a place with one. I always wanted my parents to get one. Yeah, I know. I was like,
oh, sorry, that maybe that violates one of the comments we got. Said their least favorite thing was fake laughing. You guys are guilty of fake laughing all the time.
At least I am.
I think we're guilty of fake laughing sometimes in interviews, but not with each other. We call each other on the fake laughing. I call everyone out on the fake laughing.
I'm hilarious.
We will definitely do on interviews, though.
Yeah, you guys laugh a lot.
Let's cross talk. Thank you all for the feedback. And Bobby, thank you for putting it all together.
You betcha.
This guy, his charts. What he did last night with that Cowboys guest list for training camp, I was blown away. Most likely to laugh, most likely to... he broke it down. We'll talk about it in Oxnard. Let's crosstalk and figure out how the outage hit. The KNC masterpiece next. But let me go ahead and get you some better help for the weekend. That's BetterHelp. H-E-L-P. And we all have a use for therapy. Sometimes you realize it, sometimes you don't. But you're feeling frustrated, you're feeling worked up, you're having the same exact argument with your spouse or the family over and over and over again. Man, a lot of times you'll be shocked at how that same argument changes when there's a third party involved. You have your online therapist, you don't go as hard, and you're going to be a little bit more respectful. And then you get the advice and you get the ideas on how to...
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
station, 105.3 The Fan.
And it's back to Sean and RJ right here on 105.3 The Fan segment here, brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine is the #1 Chevy dealer in the world. More Silverados than anyone else. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, enjoy the difference based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023.
Welcome to the greatest crosstalk in the world. The world has spoken.
One listener.
The greatest crosstalk in the world, where we are close to curing cancer.
Huh?
Are we really?
Okay. I don't know. I heard that last night.
Really?
So,
okay.
Oh, I thought you were saying your crosstalk is close to doing
I don't know.
that.
Maybe I could do that too. I was like,
the best doctors.
it was interesting last night watching the debate. There was no sports on.
I don't know. There was some summer league going, baby.
No, I'm not.
Bronny again, baby. Bronny's breaking out.
13.
Oh, is he finally?
He
hitting
shot
puberty?
50% from the field.
I'm just saying he's playing some efficient ball now.
Had a nice lefty layup.
You heard my shot, right? He didn't hear. You didn't hear my shot. I
What'd you
said,
say?
"Oh, is he hitting puberty? Is he finally going to grow?"
Oh, come on, man.
How long did you watch last night? I tried. I wanted to. I couldn't.
The debate thing, or not the debate thing, but the Republican National Convention thing.
Yeah. Did you make it to the end of Trump's speech?
I can't because I had no plans on watching it yesterday, but I did. I watched all of Hulk Hogan. I watched Dana White.
What you gonna do, brother?
And then I think I watched all of Donald Trump. I was just sitting there on the couch. I was kind of the multitasking thing. Kevin believes he can do this, which it's humanly impossible. He's like, I can do two things at once. I can watch two things at one time. I'm like, no. Doctors have come along and said, like, if you're on your phone, you can have the TV on, but literally your attention has to go to one or the other. You can keep switching your attention. But Kevin's like, no, I'm the greatest man in the world who can be on my phone, computer, and television and all give it 100% at the same time. I'm like, no, literally doctors have said you can't. Like if I'm looking at my computer and concentrating on that, it's very tough for me to engage in a discussion with you because my attention has gone to what I'm reading or seeing on my computer. So I'm multitasking. I'm doing two things, but my attention has to be on one thing at a time. I can't devote 100% attention to both things at the same time. But Kevin believes he is the person who can.
I think I'm pretty good at multitasking.
You generally are.
It drives me nuts when I feel like no one in the station can look at their cell phone and read the text. Do you do this, Reggie, when you're hosting? Do you check your phone a ton, or you're like 10, 15 minutes between responses if someone hits you up?
I try and check my phone, but also I try and be more present. I'm cognizant of the fact that I'm not necessarily but I'm want to not look at someone when they're talking to me. And I realize that communication works better if you're looking to them, even though like I feel like I can do it without that. So I try and be present and force myself away from that. But I also, and Choppy, you've probably seen this when you come in the mornings, I also have the text
18
line
different things up there.
and the Twitch and the YouTube up at the same time. So I'm keeping track of all of those.
And if I could ever figure out picture-in-picture, which I've been dying to do, I can never figure it out on any TV, then I would put Kevin's test and theory.
Just buy multiple TVs.
Well,
yeah.
Wait on my contract. But then I would test
watching
two things at once.
He also has no girlfriend or wife.
Yeah.
Reggie,
Oh,
I don't think
out.
there's very few women who are going to be like, in our living room, I want two TVs.
Oh, yeah.
Like, that ain't happening.
Yeah.
Whenever we do the picture-in-picture thing, because I have it, Sean, whenever I do the picture-in-picture, I can't focus on it's impossible. I have to be watching one. Like, I tried for a little while to have the commentary up on the one that I wasn't watching and watch the other, and that made it even worse.
Can you do commentary on one and subtitles on the other?
Yeah.
So I'm like listening to commentary and then reading the other?
If you need to.
I mean, that seems like it's just another
He's
added
asking,
layer.
can you have the capability of it?
No.
Yes.
Because I just said I couldn't just even watch
No,
a
like,
game.
can the TVs do it, or are you asking can Bobby do it?
Yeah, it'll have captioning on it.
Back to you, Mike.
All right.
Oh, sorry. For me, like, because I do try and watch multiple things at once, especially like you talk about football or those times of the year. One thing that I do, and it's kind of insane, but I've gotten a little comfortable with it, is I'll have the volume up on both. And I'll just kind of focus.
What?
I'll focus on whichever one I want to hear at that moment. And then you kind of throw your attention there as Mike talks about.
That sounds like the worst thing in the world. As Bobby was just talking very loudly during the break and RJ was walking out.
What
the
are you
room
talking
asking
about?
me a question. I was like, I can't hear you. I'm not going to try to hear you.
You can't even do it when we're like, if Bobby and Kevin are talking, I look at your face and you're getting you cut your eye to Bobby where you're like, You're not going to try to talk to RJ. You can't do the crossing conversations. No. And my wife, it's a medical ailment with multiple sounds. I heard someone talk about, there's a medical term for it. And this is my wife. Like, we used to get in fights when I'm trying to do prep on the computer and the TV's on and I'm listening to a press conference. She has to leave the room. So I think you have that.
You're an only
so
child,
now I
right?
just do it.
I have two younger sisters.
You have two younger sisters. Okay, I don't. Definitely for me, the loudly talking about that is. I grew up with 9 kids, and you had to, if you wanted to be heard, it was you were having to bark over the other.
So I'm gonna relate last night to, let's say, Dallas Cowboys, DallasCowboys.com. I'm not taking a shot at DallasCowboys.com, but they have a job to do. They are one of the few team websites that will be at times critical of the team. So I'm not saying that they are 100% pro Dallas Cowboys all of the time. But I just can't imagine the Dallas Cowboys website going how horrible this is, how we're going to lose, and there's no chance. Last night after the debate was over, I'm on CNN, and CNN is the Democrat station. Everybody knows that. If you're a Democrat, you're like, no, it's fair. No, it's Democrat. And just like Fox is 100% Republican. Yeah. They're not fair and balanced. But what's amazing not to Republican me, enough. I keep going over to CNN, and I've just never seen this in the middle of this kind of race and everything. They're like, our guy stinks. Can you believe this? This is horrible. We have the worst. We're going to lose. And I can't believe it. I keep going to
they're saying that about Biden?
Yeah, they're they are pro pushing out Biden on CNN. Yeah. And I'm just surprised that I just can't believe if the Cowboys make the playoffs this year, let's say, and they're playing a team that they're on the road and they're a 5-point underdog.
Yeah.
If all of DallasCowboys.com and their podcast and everything, we're done, we're finished, we have no chance, what are we doing? They're going to at least give you a lot of the positive side of it. And CNN has totally thrown in the towel and gone we're finished if Joe Biden runs this race.
This is just my perception and probably a really dumb topic, and I don't like to get in trouble at the end of my weeks and enjoy my weekend.
All right.
I don't think CNN. I agree with you. CNN is anti-Trump, but I don't think CNN is as married to their side as Fox is. I could see CNN saying more negative things about Biden than I ever could Fox saying negative things about Trump. Is MSNBC the equivalent of Fox?
I think that'd probably be the way.
Is MSNBC I never watch MSNBC.
Is
they're the Fox equivalent
of the left.
And
yeah, you're right about
as CNN
that.
Is definitely anti-Trump, but they're not as biased as Fox is towards Trump.
Yeah, I don't think CNN.
But yeah, there was Vance, is that his name? Van Jones?
Yeah. Van.
Yeah, Van Jones. I really like him. And he was almost in tears after the Biden debate. That's how devastated he was being on the Democratic side. Yeah. And then the David Axelrod, I think he was definitely a Democratic advisor.
He's Obama.
I could see his blood pressure when they have the 2 Republican presences now that they put on there, the 2 white guys, the bald guy, and then the other one who was doing the Hulkamania impression. That David Axelrod's that old school Democrat who had to be getting ready to drop dead when Kid Rock was up there along with Dana White and Hogan.
CNN clearly, I could see them.
It pains them that Trump is taking over, and that the Republican National Convention was an arena, a World Series atmosphere.
They didn't. It was a WWE event, really, and I could see that they don't their issue. I don't think is necessarily with Republican Party. It's with Trump.
Yeah.
So I don't think they would ever side with Trump. I think if it was another candidate Rubio or DeSantis or whoever, I could see them, moving their position a little bit.
But yet when I flip between the two, CNN has Trump on more often than when I flip to Fox because they're they know that he's the
ratings.
He's the ratings. I'm not watching news television if Donald Trump's not involved. Now, that doesn't mean I love him, that I support him. It's just Choppy. That's the entertainment for me. And CNN goes back to the Trump I think more times per day. I don't know. I don't watch enough to be able to say it factually. But they're we may dislike him, but we know who the cash cow is. That's my take.
Yeah, I'm just trying to fight myself from actually using the words Overton window during the course of this and going like full poli-sci on it, which that would be a very dork thing to do.
Yeah, here it goes.
I don't even know what that is.
I don't either. Educate us.
So the Overton window is basically like the span of your political ideology scale, right? And when we talk about left and right, that's a basic callback to the Overton window. And the thing that is really interesting, because the text line is responding to the idea of, well, CNN is left, or no, it's not, right? Like, I think ultimately the thing that I find interesting is like the way that, obviously, we're going to be American-centric because that's where it is. That's where we are, I should say. It's kind of funny because like the American Overton window is shifted actually more to the right than like internationally. And so that's something I keep thinking about. But again, nobody wants to hear that, right? Like, nobody cares.
Last thing on this. I don't know when the Democratic National Convention is.
Neither do they.
Next month.
Yeah, neither
So,
do they.
okay, so that's good. I was thinking, what a perfect time to do your convention during All-Star Week of the MLB when there's no football, no basketball, no baseball for the most part.
Yes.
So, like, for me, I wouldn't have watched it last night. If, let's just say, Thursday night football was on, even though I'm not even sure what channel that comes on anymore.
Prime Video, baby.
There you go. But I was just like, gosh, like, there's literally, for me, nothing to change to right now.
Yes. Did the outage hit you guys today or this morning?
I had no clue till I turned on the television this morning, and they're like, there's a massive power outage, and people around the country can't fly anywhere and everything. I was like, so this happened because they were having a update on their computers?
Mike, we don't know why it happened.
Wow.
Dun,
Dun, dun, dun.
Coming up next, the KNC Masterpiece.
Yeah.
We do not have any politics on the run sheet, so
We do have Kevin Von Erich, though.
Destroy our show.
Yeah, buddy, in
Kevin Von
studio.
Erich's coming
Without
through.
Kevin Hagelin?
That's right.
Without shoes either. He's always barefoot. And he's in whitey tighties. Next.
Have a good weekend.
Like snakes in Sean's yard. Eek! The Odyssey app is a guarantee to be there. Listen to the boys anytime. Proudly presented by Comerica.
This Odyssey Sports Minute is sponsored by Bosch Power Tools. What hard workers deserve.
This is Boomer Esiason with an Odyssey Sports Minute, sponsored by WeatherGuard Truck and Van Equipment. They're just as driven as the hardworking pros they serve. Today's birthday shout-out goes to Trent Williams. The 49ers perennial Pro Bowl left tackle turns 36 today. Over the past 6 years, he's survived a major cancer scare, been traded to the 49ers, became a 3-time All-Pro, and made his Super Bowl debut. Happy birthday, Trent. Have a great
Unscored.
Not bad. Not bad.
So good for him.
Good play discipline.
I'll tell you what, man, it is crazy. I don't know this. If you want to text in, if you're a parent of a kid who plays, let's say AAU basketball or 7-on-7 football, or maybe soccer.
Yeah.
Just thinking of
Select
other
soccer.
things, maybe lacrosse. Do your kids, when they get to high school age, do they just start playing morning and day games during the work week?
Yeah, what's happening with that?
I
Like,
get
it's the summer, but like not the summer for us.
We're not watching. I mean, I wish I could, but I have only watched maybe 50% of my son's games this summer.
Mm-hmm.
And my wife about the same, maybe even a little bit less. But it is, I don't know how they did this and when they did this. When did we start saying, let's play June and July games on a Thursday or Friday or Wednesday at 9 a.m. or 11:30 a.m. and
Right.
everybody will be able to make it there just fine.
I do wonder how much of that is just it's the summer, and if we play at like 2, we
but
might
then
be
there are
burning them
games
alive.
at 2.
Okay.
Tomorrow, I think they play at 3-ish.
Okay. All right.
And
That's
so,
not
because I thought
advisable.
so too. Now, my dad also coaches a college league around here for summer league, and they do, because it's not such a big league. It's I don't know. It's like 6 teams or 8 teams or something like that. They will usually either play at like 8 p.m. at night, or they'll play at like 10 a.m. in the morning.
Sure.
So to your point, yes, they try to keep them out of that noon to 6 p.m. window here in the Metroplex. But for kids, for high school kids aged somewhere between 14 and 18, they play a lot of day games during the work week.
Yeah, and it sounds like there's people that are in your same position from the 469 on the text line. Yes, travel softball plays during the week, a lot of 8 a.m. games, and I have to be there at 6:30 to start warming up. That's a lot.
But, like, how do they get there? You just take – like, you only have so many vacation days.
Right.
Like, I mean, I'm not like – It's. I think it's pretty standard for people to have 10 to 15 vacation days a year.
Right.
And I can't take them all off just to watch my kids play. I'd love to. I'd love to be like, hey, my kid's playing at 9 a.m. I'm going to go watch them play in Rockwall Heath right now.
And maybe it is like there are some people that are affluent, or maybe have like one parent that doesn't work and that can kind of shuttle, and maybe it's carpools and those types of things. But yeah, our hearts go out to all the folks who, you know, are trying to make their kids' dreams happen, or at the very least help them do fun things during the course of these summers that, you know, have to worry about daytime games. And salute to Jake Bassick out there doing what he can, getting a walk, scoring a run, like all those things. Fantastic to hear. It is a shout out Friday, and it's going to be really fun today. Obviously, we're going to get you some masterpiece of the week. We're doing some Forgiveness Friday, but that Forgiveness Friday might just happen with the wrestling legend and Dallas, Texas legend, Kevin Von Erich. He'll be joining us in studio. Super excited for that to happen at 11. In addition to just the fun show that we have planned, especially because today we are getting back into sports. We've made it mostly through what is considered the most dead week in sports talk radio, because we got the All-Star break.
Kevin and Corey too scared to work this
That's
week.
right. They were afraid. Mike Bassick never scared. I jumped in with him for this week. And now we get to celebrate what is the start of the unofficial second half of the MLB season. It really is a little bit more of a sprint, because it's about 60 games?
Yeah, a little more than that. Most teams have played in the mid-90s. So teams are probably somewhere between 92 and 97 games played.
And so second half starts tonight. What are we hoping, what are we expecting to see from the Rangers tonight and this weekend? We already talked at length yesterday about how these next 10 games are vital for your Texas Rangers.
We said it yesterday. I'll say it again today. The Rangers need to go 7-3 in their first 10 games out of the break. Baltimore, very tough matchup, very good team. Chicago, White Sox, worst team, most likely in all of baseball. Obviously, Colorado and Oakland raises their hands in this conversation and says, hey, we're right there with them. And then you play Toronto right at the trade deadline, and Toronto is supposedly one of the teams that will be looking to move players. That's always difficult. We are human. It always is difficult as a team to play baseball games during the last week of the trade deadline when you're a team who's supposedly going to trade 2 to 5 of your players.
Yeah.
There's just distractions. I played for the Nationals in 2007. We weren't a very good team. We had a couple pieces that people might have wanted. Well, we're in the outfield during batting practice. We're all having discussions. Hey, do you think I'm going to get moved?
Wow.
What has your agent said?
Wow.
Is your agent mentioning any names?
That explicitly?
Yeah.
Okay.
Because now I know that there's not much shagging anymore. Obviously that is just when this batting practice happening, all the pitchers are out there, getting the balls, throwing them into the bucket, so there's balls to hit for all of batting practice. That doesn't happen much anymore if you ever go really early. Like if you're going early tonight at 5 o'clock, you'll see the Rangers during batting practice. A lot of times the pitchers aren't out there. They've decided that's just not the best for them to be standing out there for an hour before a game. Get in your work, get out there. If you want to go shag for a little bit. But we'll put out coaches and extra staff to get the balls in if that is needed. But back when I played, we all had to stay out there.
Yeah.
Veteran guys that were I would say close to 10 years service time, which there's very few that ever get to that point. they would not have to shag. There would almost be like, yeah, you got first group, and then you guys can go in because you've put in your time and you're a veteran. But yeah, you just be out there having conversations on like, hey, what are you hearing, this and that. And so that's a distraction.
Sure.
And so Toronto could be very distracted when that happens. After that, the schedule does get a lot tougher for the Texas Rangers. So what am I expecting in the second half?
And can I help you out at least with this first series where we Texas Rangers PR on Twitter has given us the probable starters for this weekend series. Tonight, it should be Nathan Eovaldi versus Corbin Burns, the All-Star starting pitcher for the American League. Saturday, Max Scherzer is supposed to go against Grayson Rodriguez, the talented young pitcher for the Orioles. And Sunday, Andrew Heaney lines it up. He'll face off against Dean Kramer. All of those right-handed pitchers for the Orioles, which I imagine is helpful considering the splits for your Rangers lineup.
Yeah, and obviously we did not get any news on Josh Young yesterday. At least I didn't see any. No. So that means I'm 99% sure he's not going to be activated for this series. I just think that we'd have a big article that Josh Young is back if yesterday during workouts they said he's ready to go. So that's not the best news.
And that's the thing for me. Like one of the things that I'm hoping to see during the course of this weekend is news, particularly on Josh Young, maybe on Evan Carter, and Cody Bradford. We mentioned this yesterday. I haven't heard a thing about him for a while. And injuries are one of the things that has held this team back. I was reading one of the power ranking things on ESPN earlier today, and they were talking about how the Rangers are in a group of teams that are letting it slip away, and they talked about how injuries are what has been holding this team back, and maybe if players come back, that'll help them. Those are the players that we're talking about. Young, maybe Carter, Malley as well. I would like to get some news. Obviously on the field they need to win games, but I really want to get some news that maybe indicates that the reinforcements are coming.
Yeah, in fact, as you're saying that, I was like, well, let me Google Tyler Malley's name here and see what is going on. And as I do that, CBS says I have blockers on or whatever, so I can't look at that. But supposedly, I guess 2 days ago, he struck out 5 and allowed 1 hit and 1 walk over 2 2/3 scoreless innings on a rehab start Monday in rookie ball. Because I'd said this before, A-ball, AA, and AAA are all off too during the All-Star break. They take the same break as Major League Baseball does. So he couldn't pitch in AA, AAA. But if he's only at 2 2/3, then he's still at least 2 and probably 3 starts away from coming back to the major league. So you're looking at probably early August if everything goes well with Tyler Malley's rehab. But I would say if you're optimistic, if you're like super optimistic, well, then you're like, dude, the Rangers are going to hit. I've been waiting on them to be a consistently good offense, and they're going to be a consistently good offense. Yeah. My thing is this. It's very tough for me to watch 90-plus games of a below-average offense and then believe it's going to be a above-average offense. Just like it would be very tough for me to look at Cleveland right now. I'm shocked how good they are offensively. Nobody expected it, including the Cleveland Guardians media. But at this point, if I say, hey, I bet Cleveland goes back to being a bad offensive team, like, well, they've been doing it for 90-something games. You're going to just now say they're not going to do it just because there was a 4 or 5 day break that now Cleveland is done offensively? That's silly. And I think that it would be silly to say, I know that the Rangers are going to average 5 runs a game after the All-Star break, which is always considered the second half of the season, even though we've just established you're way past the halfway point in the season.
Right, and I was just looking it up. Stephen Stevenson, who covers this Rangers team, said that both Josh Young and Evan Carter worked out at Globe Life Field, but their returns remain TBD. Okay. So, worked out, feel good, but Josh Young said, he said it was good, no pain, that's a good thing, but for the next step, he said, I don't know. I'm just going day to day because last time I started putting a date there, it felt like I kind of rushed myself.
And he had a lot of pain swinging the bat, went on rehab, and immediately got taken off of that rehab. So I'm assuming this, once again, you have to remember with Josh Young, the optimism of him coming back and improving the offense. He played in, and I'm going to exaggerate possibly, 10 spring training games this year.
Yeah.
Not just in the majors, because in the majors there's only 2 or 3. But on the backfields, maybe got 10 games and 30 at bats in before the season started. And then I'm just going to say he played in 4 games this year. if I just take that, like maybe he got 16 plate appearances in the major leagues this year before getting hit in the wrist and breaking his wrist. So he has not played baseball this year. He didn't have a spring training because of a calf injury, and then he hasn't had any of a season because of a broken wrist. So his timing has to be way off. And I always use this for people like, no, I think he's going to come back and be great. And there are a few times where things happen like that. Like Beltre would shock me on how great he was as we get close to Beltre going into the Hall of Fame on Sunday. That's a big storyline, is the Hall of Fame speeches on Sunday. Is Michael Jordan, the greatest basketball player I've ever seen, was in his prime, took a year and a half off, came back, and to me, if you were around at that time, I know you can look at some stats. He wasn't close to the same Michael Jordan when he came back as number 45 and eventually changed to 23 and got hammered by Orlando in the playoffs.
Yeah.
And then the next year he came back and looked like Michael Jordan again. It is very tough to miss almost a whole season and then to just come back and be the Rookie of the Year candidate, to be the All-Star starting third baseman. I just think that when Josh Young comes back, we're going to see struggles. And it doesn't mean that's who he is the rest of his career. It just means he didn't get to practice baseball for a whole year. And it's very tough to come back and hit off a 90-plus mile-an-hour pitching with breaking balls and stuff in the major leagues and just be the guy who's going to have an 820 OPS and be a guy that pops in a whole season 25 to 35 home runs.
Yeah, I mean, and 806 on the text line is right. What's crazy is he did start really hot without much of a spring training.
True, very true.
412 and, of course, 19 plate appearances. How much can you take from that as a stat? But, I mean, slugged really well. OPS was insane, which, again, small sample. But it almost makes you, as a fan who is hoping for the good, believe that, hey, man, just get him back. Maybe he can do that because you just desperately need it, and it's going to start tonight against the Orioles. Obviously, he won't be there, but you need that to start because, as we established, we're putting it as 7 over the next 10, 7 wins over the next 10, and that probably means you need to show out well in this weekend series.
Yeah, and I'll say this. This is me watching the starting pitching for the most part. And look, there's been guys that have come up and struggled. I really want Jack Leiter to work out, but he skews your numbers in a negative way with your starting pitching ERA. Is that this starting pitching staff, which is pretty healthy right now, they need to put up an ERA of about 3 flat. As a unit. That is very tough. That's pretty much the best in baseball. You're looking at unbelievably great. But because I'm scared of the offense being consistent for this team, is the starting pitching has carried a lot of the load. They have to keep carrying it. I don't think that there can be a let-up. If there's a let-up in the rotation like one time through, it might end your season because I don't know right now that the offense can pick up if you don't have good starts.
I know we're kind of far spent on time here, but like, how much does the prospect of, depending on how these next few games go, some of these guys that we're talking about could be the guys that are on the trading block? Like, how much does that potentially weigh in on the psyche of the starting pitching that we do know are going to have to carry a good amount of the load here?
If the Rangers get swept, and I'm not saying they will, I do not think they will get swept. On Monday, there will be Bob Nightingale's and Ken Rosenthal's and all of the writers that cover nationally. They are going to start writing articles on who is trading, and they will include the Texas Rangers on you can possibly get some assets from the Texas Rangers. But as long as the Rangers win a game, and if they win 2 games here, if they just beat the Astros and then they come out of the break and they beat the Orioles, it might be the opposite story on Monday where, like, surprisingly, we're hearing the Rangers are calling up the Miami Marlins. The Rangers are calling up somebody else and looking for a left-handed reliever that they think could really help them push themselves to another level. So the Rangers can't get swept. I don't think they'll get swept. But if they do, we will see they are sellers on Monday, the national articles. If they win this series, I think we'll see, surprisingly, the Rangers might be calling a few teams, seeing if they can help this team out.
I do love the enthusiasm that's coming from the Rangers fan here on the text line from the 972. Rangers will come out of the gate 17-2, Mike. Be leading the AL West by the Astros series. I mean, we really do hope. It all starts with tonight. You have Evaldi on the mound for your Texas Rangers. And look, we got to start it off well. They'll be playing tonight, Globe Life Field. G-Bag Nation broadcasting from Globe Life Field, starting at 2. Will take you up to pregame here on your home of the Texas Rangers, 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, let's talk about the Cowboys. Stephen Jones has been heard talking. He was on a podcast talking about contract extensions of the big three for your Cowboys. Let's listen and react next on The Fan.
If you're laughing, we're happy.
Thank you.
all hops, no bull. Saddle up, cowboys and cowgirls, for a Texas take on the classic West Coast IPA in a bold beer. All hops and no bull. All cattle, no hat.
This segment of the KNC Masterpiece is brought to you by state-of-the-art weight loss and the personal injury lawyers Frankel and Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there is never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
KNC Masterpiece here on 105.3 The Fan. Reginald Atatula with Mike Bassick and Alec Medford hanging out with you on this Friday, getting you ready for the start of the second half, unofficially, of the MLB and more particularly the Rangers season. And in fact, on the Twitch, Dan Tassick asked, are you going to do any TV for the Rangers this weekend, Mike?
I have the whole homestand as the analyst. So I'll be with Dave Raymond tonight through Thursday, the Baltimore and the Chicago series. So 7 days of like it or not, Mike Bassick on the game.
I have a strong feeling it'll be more like it than not.
Yeah.
And for a lot of folks. And I did want to mention it is a shout out Friday. I'm trying to do my best to make sure I get that going. And from the 817, they said shout out to me, shout out to them. They just landed a very nice job. Congratulations. I'm sure that helps you start out a weekend very well. Make sure to text those in, 877-881-1053. Someone else from the 214. I always feel weird about doing shout outs that like are referential to us because it's like, I'm not trying to do this for us. I'm trying to do it for you. But they did say shout out Mike and Reg for holding it down all week. Miss Kevin and Corey, but y'all have been a great duo. Appreciate you listening every day, 214. And we too miss Kevin and Corey. They will be back on Monday. But right now, let's turn to your Dallas Cowboys. We're a week, a little bit less than a week, in fact, away from training camp in Oxnard, California, getting ready for the 2024 NFL season with your Dallas Cowboys. It's a pivotal one. It's a very important season with all of the stakes that have been set up. Dak Prescott, final year of his deal. Mike McCarthy, final year of his deal. But before we even get there, right, you have CeeDee Lamb is extension eligible, and he's one of those players that we're seeing on lists and that we're looking at as he might be a holdout type guy when we come around to Thursday for camp. Micah Parsons is extension eligible. And so all of these contracts have been the talk of NFL media. As we know, Cowboys move the needle nationally. And so who better than Stephen Jones to talk about these things? Obviously, we get him on this station frequently, but that's during the season. He doesn't have the obligation just yet. But he did jump on with Diana Rossini, and it's Chase Daniel, right? I want to make sure I got the right career backup, but I mean, a fantastic career backup at that in Chase Daniel. They have a podcast with The Athletic called Scoop City, and Stephen Jones was on with them, and I believe that this dropped today, in fact, and talked about kind of the contracts of Dak, CeeDee, and Micah. And so I wanted to kind of get some of your reactions, Mike, about where Stephen Jones is coming from. And I know that there's some people rolling their eyes right now because when Stephen Jones talks, it can feel like, you know, you're getting a sell or what have you.